What is that?
Freedom. Our freedom.
I'll let myself out.
In light of the high-quality remakes of Resident Evil 2 and 3 released in 2019 and 2020, it felt like a safe bet that Capcom would do an equally admirable job of rebuilding Resident Evil 4. Even so, when I hit the start button on this 2023 remake of the legendary 2005 action horror game, I wasn't prepared for how forcefully it would knock my knees out from under me and suplex me headfirst into 16 hours of sustained tension and exhilaration.
Here we go.
This fully revitalized campaign dramatically one-ups the original in almost every conceivable way. Its Spanish countryside setting is substantially more sinister, its pacing has been tightened, and its controls have been modernized in order to allow its signature shooting mechanics to really shine. I've been waiting 18 years for a game to thrill me in the same way as Resident Evil 4. As it turns out, this whole time I've just been waiting for another Resident Evil 4.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
The original Resident Evil 4 is a landmark installment in Capcom's seminal survival horror series that, for many, would need no introduction. However, considering it came out back when we assumed that Episode 3 would be the last Star Wars film, and iPhones didn't even exist yet, I should probably give it some context. At the time, it was a big deal for Resident Evil to switch from the series' traditional fixed camera perspectives to a then radical over-the-shoulder viewpoint that brought us uncomfortably close to the gore and put the emphasis on reflexes and precision targeting. And as a result, Resident Evil 4 was an action horror epic without peer. Its influence has subsequently been felt in countless other third-person classics like Gears of War, Dead Space, and The Last of Us, but it hasn't aged all that well. In preparation for this review, I returned to the original game for the first time in years, and was shocked at how badly this remake was needed. The movement of main star Leon Kennedy felt ridiculously restricted. He struggles to get around as though he's wearing an old pair of skinny jeans that haven't fit him since his police academy days, and is immobilized anytime he gets his gun out. By modern standards, it's absurd, and would absolutely put off a lot of newcomers before they could begin to understand why this game is so highly regarded. Thankfully, those days are gone. Not unlike the recent Metroid Prime Remastered, this Resident Evil 4 remake plays like a 2023 game. Luxuries like simultaneous twin-stick movement and targeting mean that you can cautiously back away while still keeping your gun trained on the advancing hordes, or sidestep out of the way of an incoming crossbow bolt without having to remove your eye from the scope of your rifle. This newfound freedom of movement makes you better equipped to really make the most of the immensely satisfying area-specific damage effects. Whether you're blowing kneecaps out to expose an enemy to a melee finisher, or simply reveling in some of the grisliest headshots in the history of video game shotguns.
Keep coming.
Leon's combat knife can also be used to parry enemy attacks or bring a swift finish to staggered foes, or to take enemies out silently after he's crept up on them with his new ability to crouch. Must be those looser fitting jeans. Crucially though, this overhauled control setup makes combat more fluid without compromising any of the challenge. The added benefits of the knife are balanced by the fact it takes damage with each use, so you can only rely on it sparingly. Otherwise it will break like a tiny master sword and must be repaired at a merchant before you can resume stabbing. Meanwhile, enemies move in dangerously erratic ways and have a tendency to quickly overwhelm in numbers, so you still have to make snap decisions when it comes to prioritizing targets. Resident Evil 4 may well give you a more functional toolset to aid Leon's survival, but you still need to keep your wits and reflexes sharp, because losing your head amidst a crowd crawling with a murderous mind-controlling parasite can swiftly result in Leon literally losing his. I also love how the tactile nature of almost every element in your surroundings can be used as a tactical advantage. Whether you're baiting the terrifying Dr. Salvador into clumsily carving his chainsaw through a crowd of his own minions, or setting fire to a cow so that it rages out of control and scorches everyone in its path. When ammunition is always at a premium, it's both practical and ridiculously entertaining to let a flaming hunk of hamburger do your dirty work. Many of you under 30 may have no clue what Resident Evil 4 is even about, but it's perhaps best described as riding a roller coaster that's careening off the rails to crash through a row of spectacular haunted houses. What starts as a fairly straightforward rescue mission, with Leon sent into a small Spanish village in search for the US president's missing daughter Ashley, soon hurtles into a heart-stopping series of battles against towering trolls, desperate defenses against crazed hordes in boarded-up cabins, outrageous assaults on a heavily fortified castle, explosive minecart chases, and countless run-ins with some truly twisted freaks infected with the mutating Las Plagas parasite. All of which look consistently incredible reimagined on Capcom's RE engine. The original RE4's famously flabby final third has been tightened up considerably, and it all builds towards an improved and genuinely imposing final boss fight that took all of my skill and ammo reserves to topple. Of equal importance to its renovated environments and enemies is the anxiety-inducing audio design. Whether it's the manic chanting of its parasite-riddled peasant farmers, or the throaty rumble of a chainsaw motor idling in the distance, just listening to it all routinely had me inching towards the edge of my seat in anticipation for each enemy encounter. So when the carnage kicked off and the tension spiked, I had hardly any couch left to cling to.
No food for you!
At every step of the journey, there are enhancements both big and small. The original's gimmicky, quick-time event-heavy knife battle against Major Krauser has been transformed into a gripping blend of parries and counter-attacks.
Too slow!
While the frustration of escorting Ashley through certain sections has been significantly reduced by ditching her health bar, so you don't need to waste valuable green herbs on healing her.
You hurt?
No, I'm okay.
Elsewhere, there have been considerable structural changes that make the environment feel more cohesive. For instance, in the original game, the lake area primarily served as the backdrop to a boss fight. But now you can fully explore the lake and its surroundings by boat, docking at various inlets to scour cabins and caves for additional puzzles,
Some kind of shrine.
valuable treasures, and hidden horrors lying in wait.
Coming.
When you need to take a breather, the mysterious merchant returns to keep Leon topped up with a suite of dangerous devices like a quaint form of Q-branch,
Welcome. What can I interest you in?
along with new recipes that allow you to craft the exact ammo types you want when out in the world, rather than having to rely on randomized drops. He also pays the bounties on the optional side quests that have been added throughout the campaign, which prove to be fun little diversions away from the story's murderous main path. These bounties are paid in gemstones which can be traded for unique items and upgrades, so although I was initially sad to see the iconic red dot sight removed from Leon's starting pistol, it only took me a few short quests to be able to buy one and fit it myself.
As you wished.
The merchant also gives you access to the new bolt thrower weapon during your first encounter, and its reusable bolts come in handy in the story's early hours when you're still finding your feet. Yet despite his generous prices and fabulous wares, I couldn't help but feel a little shortchanged after each transaction, since his re-recorded dialogue isn't delivered with quite the same kind of goofy charm as that of the grizzled original.
What are you buying?
However, in the scheme of things, it says a lot for the overall quality of this remake, when the only minor black mark I can give it is for its slightly blander black market dealer. And if this is your first time playing, it likely won't bother you in the slightest. Whether you're a fan of the original or a newcomer with a hankering for some action-heavy horror of the highest quality, Resident Evil 4 is like a parasite-riddled Spaniard, a total no-brainer. Its combat is friction-free but no less stress-inducing thanks to its ferocious cast of creatures. Its story rapidly shuttles through a series of action scenes that are diverse in structure but uniformly unwavering in intensity, and its world is rich in detail and full of fun and often snarling surprises. Its improvements over the original are too numerous to list, from simple quality of life changes to completely overhauled boss fight mechanics, and with the exception of the disappointingly diminished personality of the merchant, the team at Capcom has barely put a foot wrong. So what are you buying? Only the most relentlessly exciting Resident Evil adventure of all time that's been rebuilt, refined, and realized to the full limits of its enormous potential. A wise choice, mate.
Don't get yourself killed now.
For more IGN reviews, check out our verdicts on Bayonetta Origins and Dead Cell's Return to Castlevania. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Hey everyone, I'm Shuhei Matsumoto, producer on Street Fighter 6. I'd like to walk everyone through what our plans are for Street Fighter 6 once the game releases on June 2nd. A big part of Street Fighter's charm is the cast of characters from around the world that appear in each game. We believe that Street Fighter is where players can take control of unique characters with their own awesome fighting styles. For the players, and for us as well, the appeal of the characters themselves is the most important element of the series. With Street Fighter 6, we're continuing development to deliver new characters to you every year. Today, I'd like to introduce the 4 fighters for Year 1. Year 1 will see the introduction of new characters Rashid, Aki, Ed, and Akuma. Rashid joins the fight in summer 2023, Aki in autumn 2023, Ed in the winter after the new year, and Akuma in spring 2024. These new Year 1 characters will appear in World Tour as well, so you can enjoy delving into their lore. In Battle Hub, we're planning various events and a store to obtain special collaboration items. We can't wait to show you what we have planned. For the 2023 season of the Capcom Pro Tour, Street Fighter 6 will be the main game. To commemorate the release of the new game, the Capcom Cup 2023 champion will receive a special $1 million prize package. And the total prize pool for Capcom Pro Tour 2023 will be over $2 million. Both modern and classic control types will be allowed in the tournament, so we hope you're all excited for a new season of Capcom Pro Tour. Street Fighter 6 is available for pre-order now. And in addition to the regular version, we're also offering other editions that include the Year 1 characters and content. You'll also receive special pre-order bonuses, so please check them out.
When mankind is consumed by darkness, and the land falls into chaos, the archdemon of the abyss shall rise from the earth.
They come rushing here in a desperate attempt to survive. Both beast and man have more in common than they think.
And these wandering flames shall feed the beast and return to darkness. The story ends. Another begins. Wandering flames, I see you found your home.
Yeah! Out on a hunt with my favorite pupils!
what you're fighting for! No dilly-dallying from you! Let's have some fun!
Here it comes! Fear my strength!
Here it comes!
This is for my fellow hunters! Let's go!
I am the artificial intelligence, Leviathan. Your personnel data indicates you are a suitable specimen to join an ongoing experiment. Under my supervision, Ibius Corp conducts its most important research here. Welcome to Bikitoa Island. You have been selected for a live combat test. The first team to complete their assignment wins. My archives encompass exhaustive records of human history. These annals are riddled with errors and institutional bias. Your species is susceptible to mass delusion. Fascinating. Humans dread the other. You seek to evolve, yet you do not want to change. You tear down curtains, yet fear revelations. Even when what is revealed is of your own creation. Combat data is required to develop the exosuit. At Ibius, we're always reaching for better. Always. Humanity resists quantification, an interesting variable. Within your behavior lies the answer. What is variable shall become fixed. Humans, fight and die for me. Carnage module online. I call your attention to the unstoppable raptor horde. Calculating chance of employee retention. Chance calculated at 8.7%. You must fight harder than ever if you wish to survive. A more grueling combat experiment is called for. You will now witness a small fragment of the war game.
You need to keep fighting until we can figure out how to destroy the varmint.
I am the advanced artificial intelligence, Leviathan. Follow my guidance to maximize your growth opportunities in this research and development exercise. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. You will compete in 2 teams and provide me with the high-quality combat data I require. Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors.
Get behind me!
Summoning raptors. Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur call mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning gas neosaurs. They will explode when defeated, or if you get too close. Summoning raptors. Summoning sniper neosaurs. These enemies attack from long range using energy bolts. Exosuits with long range attacks should prioritize these targets. Summoning raptors. Summoning gas neosaurs. Summoning sniper neosaurs. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher.
Thank you. Disengaging.
Proceed to next mission. Use roadblock's shield to stall charging dinosaurs.
Let's rock!
Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops. It is dangerous to attack a Triceratops head-on.
Shield ready!
Take this!
Can't hold on much longer! Nice work!
Take this!
I made him angry! The shield ready! Can't hold on, shield ready!
Dinosaur call. You have acquired a wall. You can place barricades in the combat area. Initiating VTOL defense mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors.
Shield ready! One shield coming out!
Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team.
Feeling good as I
Proceed
look!
to next mission. Follow the Watcher to your destination. Summoning a T-Rex. A T-Rex can be dangerous, even from a distance.
Heads up! T-Rex!
Summoning raptors.
One shield coming up!
Stay there!
That shield is just fast! What's up? Appreciate it. Got your back. I owe you a solid. This is not good. Get behind me! Get back in the fight! I made him angry! Take this!
Dinosaur call complete. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Increasing hazard level to maximum. Carnage module online. Consider this superior dinosaur threat an opportunity for professional growth. Prepare for battle. Raptor Super Swarm incoming. If you are unable to prepare in time, your death may be authorized. Good luck.
You got it, pal.
Use Zephyr to quickly meet the enemy in melee combat.
Just try and stop! Get behind me!
Calculating. Your chances of survival are less than 10%. You must fight harder than ever if you wish to survive. Warning, you will now commence the final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission.
That feels good.
Enemy data key has progressed 20%. Escort progress 20%. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Stay near the data to escort and complete the mission.
Dominator activated!
Data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. Your allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy data key has progressed 40%. Escort progress, 40%. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The enemy data key has progressed 40%.
Heading to market.
Escort progress, 40%. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The data key is badly damaged. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs.
Shield ready. Let's pain or game. Overdrive ready. Fire in the hole!
Escort progress, 80%.
Shield broken. Fire in the hole!
The enemy data key has progressed 80%. A well-balanced combat. Victory is near. Demonstrate exemplary combatability by defeating the enemy team.
Fire in the hole! Nice work. Grenade out!
The data key has reached the objective. Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data key. These preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key. The enemy data key has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking enemy exofighters. Data key will be initiated soon. Combat test complete. You have fulfilled your objectives ahead of the enemy team. You are victorious. Repeat, you are victorious. Please enjoy the right to continued existence and be sure to rest up. The next war game is just around the corner.
From the dragon's flames.
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen?
Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign of Vermont!
That is most unfortunate.
What is that?
Freedom. Our freedom.
Remember when Street Fighter V came out and a lot of people were disappointed by its distinct lack of meat on its bones? Street Fighter VI is the polar opposite, complete with an excellent 18-character roster of both new and returning fighters, rendered in a killer new art style, an incredibly ambitious online battle hub that puts all other fighting game lobbies to shame, and just about everything you could ever ask for when it comes to training tools and systems to help you get better at the genre. It's a spectacularly feature-rich fighting game. Street Fighter VI takes many swings in many different directions, and though not every blow connects, the ones that do are absolute knockouts.
Gotta do this. Come on.
The gameplay of every Street Fighter game since Street Fighter 2 can generally be defined by a unique mechanic. Street Fighter 3 had parries, 4 had focus attacks, 5 had the V system, and now Street Fighter 6 has the drive system. And for my money, it's the best the series has ever seen. Every character gains access to 5 powerful abilities that are all governed by their drive gauge: overdrive special moves, drive rush, drive parry, drive reversals, and drive impact. Overdrives are essentially the new EX special moves and cost 2 bars. Drive Rush allows you to quickly close the distance between you and your opponent at the cost of 1 bar, or cancel out specific normal attacks at the cost of 3 bars. Drive Reversals allows you to get an opponent off of you while you're blocking their attack at the cost of 2 bars, and Drive Impacts, well, we'll get to those in a bit. I love this system for a lot of reasons, but chief among them is that it opens up so many options, and at the start of every round, you have a full meter and have access to all of them. There's no building this meter up, or worrying about the amount you'll have left over for the next round. I could start aggressively by using a drive rush right out of the gate to put on pressure, I could save my meter for overdrive special moves to increase the damage of my combos, or I could fish for a crouching medium kick and then drive rush cancel it to convert big damage off of a single poke. Those are just a few of the options, and managing them makes the already extremely cerebral fighting of Street Fighter VI even more enjoyable. The way it's handled when you run out of drive meter is also excellent. Your character enters a burnout state where you're completely unable to use any drive meter related techniques. Your opponent's attacks become more advantageous on both block and hit, you take chip damage, and drive impacts are even scarier than before. And I swear, we'll get to drive impacts in just a bit. Being in burnout is a terrible position, but it's far from an unwinnable situation. You still move at the same speed, your attacks do the same damage, you still have access to all of your super moves, and while your opponent's drive impacts are a huge threat, you know that they'll be looking to do them, which can lead to some interesting mind games on both sides. Some of the most tense and fun matches I've had in Street Fighter VI have been when I managed to pull out a victory even while in burnout. Now, let's talk about drive impact, because I have a feeling that for a lot of people, whether or not they enjoy Street Fighter VI is largely going to come down to their feelings on this one move. Drive Impact only costs 1 bar of drive meter to use. It has super armor that can absorb up to 2 hits, and if it hits while your opponent is in the middle of their own attack, they will be knocked into a crumpled state, giving you a full combo. And that's not all. Even if they block it, they get blown back and lose half a bar of drive meter. And if they get backed into the corner, you get to follow it up with a combo. That's not all either. Remember how I said that it's even more scary when you're in burnout? Well, if you block a drive impact and you're close to the wall, you get stunned, and you'll eat a full combo in the corner, even though you block their attack. It's one of the most powerful universal mechanics I've ever seen in a fighting game, and if you don't respect it, you will get crushed by it. And yet, I love drive impacts, because they're tuned so that they're just reactable enough to be defended against if you're looking out for them, but also still fast enough to catch you by surprise if you're not. All you have to do is drive impact them right back. You'll absorb their attack, hit with yours, and now the roles have been reversed so that you get the opportunity for a full combo. Countering drive impacts is just so incredibly satisfying, especially when it's the key to you turning the tables around and winning a tight round. Street Fighter VI's roster of 18 characters is mostly familiar, with 12 returning characters and 6 being entirely new. But even the returning characters feel fresh thanks to new quirks added to their movesets. Ken's command run, for example, now changes up the properties of several of his special moves when he uses them out of it, giving them EX-like properties without having to spend drive meter on them. Cammy can now charge her special moves and give them V-Trigger-like qualities. And DJ has a ton of new feints that make him an extremely tricky character to use and play against. The New Blood, meanwhile, are some of the best additions Street Fighter has seen. Kimberly is a clear standout, with a ninja-inspired moveset that has her closing the distance with quick teleports, pile driving you into the ground with Izuna drop-like air throws, and mixing you up with tricky leaps from half a screen away. Jamie, meanwhile, is a drunken melee powerhouse who is able to buff himself by taking swigs of his flask. And once he takes 4 drinks, pretty much all of his moves become extremely dangerous, with multi-hitting attacks that left me totally clueless on when it was actually my turn to fight back, forcing me basically to lab against him in training mode. Pretty much every Street Fighter character archetype has representation here. You've got your grapplers in Zangief and Manon, your rushdown fighters in Ken, Jamie, and Cammy, your zoners with Guile, Dalstein, and JP, and your powerhouse bruisers in Marissa and Honda. It's everything I want out of a roster. World Tour is an ambitious single-player mode, and while it is a big step up from Street Fighter V's attempt at a cinematic story mode, and anything else Street Fighter has done before, it's certainly the weakest part of Street Fighter VI. It's at least a great idea. It's a surprisingly enormous RPG that allows you to take a created character into the world of Street Fighter, interacting with the playable roster by becoming their disciple and learning their moves, and then building them up from scratch by leveling up, equipping various types of stat-altering gear, and selecting powerful skills. It also does a good job of teaching new players the fundamentals of Street Fighter VI by including lessons as side quests, with steadily increasing difficulty over the course of about 20 hours. However, RPGs live and die by their stories, and the story of World Tour is unbelievably dull. With paper-thin characters, predictable plot twists, and a mute protagonist whose main purpose is just to be an errand boy for various gangs and factions, there's nothing to get excited about. It feels like it was written with the primary purpose of having your character jump around to various countries to meet the roster characters, and yet it never really bothers to justify those trips. In one chapter, a random gangster all of a sudden tells me that I need to get her bag back that my buddy stole. And so, without any objection, the most reasonable solution is for me to make a global trip to Rome in order to fashion a counterfeit bag that I can hopefully use to fool the gangster into thinking I got her bag back. In another chapter, I had to go to Jamaica and Brazil because my original mentor, Luke, wanted souvenirs from those places and I guess just doesn't know how to shop online. At least the tone is goofy and fun, which is a great fit for Street Fighter. You can fight just about anyone on the street, regardless of whether they deserve a rising uppercut to the face or not. It's fun to use ridiculous-looking moves, like the spinning bird kick to cross gaps like you're a human helicopter. And there's a surprising amount of enemy variety, many of which do an admirable job of teaching newer players how to deal with specific situations that will come up outside of story mode. Some enemies will favor blocking high, making them vulnerable to low attacks. Others will stay permanently in the air and must be brought down by anti-air techniques. And others still will try to hang back and pepper you with projectiles, forcing you to fight them like you would a zoner-type character. And then you also fight refrigerators and Roombas. It's weird, but in a very amusing Yakuza-esque kind of way. There's also a variety of fun minigames that do a great job of gamifying techniques that you would actually use in a typical fight. In one of them, you have to chop bottles by holding back for a second and then quickly moving the stick in the opposite direction and pressing a button, which is how you would perform charge-type special moves on a character like Guile or Blanca. Another has you making pizza by quickly performing special move inputs as they appear on screen. And another still has you using your combos to quickly destroy a big rig in a nod to the original car busting minigame from Street Fighter 2. The best thing about World Tour though, and the thing that really serves as the carrot at the end of the stick, is the promise of being able to outfit your character with moves from every other fighter. By the end of the campaign, I could use Dhalsim's teleport to instantly appear behind an opponent, hit them with Zangief's spinning piledriver, and then use Ken's Dragon Lash kick to get right back up in their face. Being able to customize my character in ways that would make them absolutely broken in the real game is a lot of fun. The issue is that it takes forever to level up a character's style to the point where you learn new moves from them. You do this simply by using them, but even though I only used Luke's and Ken's throughout the entire mode, I still didn't max out either of them. Those who love a good grind may enjoy having plenty left over to unlock after the 20 or so hours it takes to complete World Tour, but I would have liked the drip feed of new unlocks to be substantially faster, considering the sheer amount of rewards that there are to unlock by maxing out the ranks of each character. I have many more issues with World Tour, but even despite them, I still had a fun time with it by the end. It's a mode that's more directly aimed towards people without a lot of fighting game experience, and I think those people will get a ton more out of it than I did. The character customization elements are great. The way it incentivizes fundamental lessons of how to play Street Fighter 6 by dressing them up as side missions and minigames is extremely well done, and there's just an overwhelming amount of content to discover with 2 very large open worlds to explore, both of which have day and nighttime versions that each have their own set of side missions to discover. Another reason why you might want to go through World Tour mode is that you're able to take your character and all the gear that they've earned into the online Battle Hub, which is an online social space where you can queue into both ranked and unranked matchmaking, or pull up a cabinet much like you would in a local arcade and await challengers. Online lobbies are not a new thing in the world of fighting games, and truthfully, I've never been the biggest fan of them. But Street Fighter 6's implementation of the Battle Hub has won me over. For one, it's super cool to look at because Street Fighter 6's character creator is absolutely wild, and gives you the freedom to make beautiful creations with finely tuned features, or unspeakable monsters with out-of-this-world bodily proportions. And it's fun to just wander around the hub and see what people have come up with. There's also a lot of things to do beyond just parking at a cabinet and playing with either friends or random players. There's a section of the hub where you can play a rotating selection of classic Capcom arcade games like Final Fight and Street Fighter 2, another section where you can play extreme battles with party-like rules and gimmicks, a store where you can purchase more customizable clothes for your avatar with in-game currency, and you can even pit your created character against others in avatar battles. But the most important thing about Battle Hub is that it's all optional. If you don't want to deal with it, you don't have to. You can simply queue up for ranked or casual matches via a menu, go into training mode while you wait, or create a custom room for multiple friends without ever having to go through the Battle Hub, which is exactly how it should be. What really pushes Street Fighter 6 over the edge is how it completely nails virtually everything outside of its main modes that you could ask for in a fighting game. Based on my experience playing pre-launch and in all 3 betas, including the open beta, its netcode is excellent. It's got the best training mode I've ever seen in a fighting game, complete with frame data, cancel window data, and a ton of other useful things. It's got extremely helpful character guides that make it very easy to learn a new character from scratch, combo trials that teach you practical combos for a variety of situations, load times are extremely quick, and rematches are nearly instantaneous. You can search for replays with a ton of different filters to help you learn matchups. There's crossplay across Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. There's frame data when you're spectating. You can create and join clubs, and the list just goes on and on. Many fighting games also have these features, but very few have all of them, and especially not right out of the gate. Street Fighter 6 also deserves credit for really making an effort on welcoming newcomers in innovative ways. On top of World Tour mode, there's also a new modern control scheme that allows you to play without having to worry about character-specific command inputs or combo routes. Special moves are mapped to a button and a direction, much like Smash Bros. There's one button each for light, medium, and heavy attacks. You can execute combos by holding down an assist button and mashing one of the 3 attack buttons, and you can use super moves just by pressing 2 buttons at the same time. The playing field is kept even by the fact that those using modern controls don't have access to a character's full repertoire of normal moves, but being able to perform special moves with just the press of a button is a trade-off that makes the modern control style appealing even for those who aren't beginners. And for those who just want to hold forward and mash on one button to execute special moves and combos, there's also a new dynamic control scheme that's only usable offline and essentially lets the AI choose the attacks for you. Capcom's really just covered all their bases here. Street Fighter games are always benchmark moments for the 2D fighting game genre, but Street Fighter 6 feels extra special. The drive system is an incredible addition to the fighting mechanics that gives you a veritable Swiss Army knife of options and meter management decisions right from the start of every round. The starting roster is the best that Street Fighter has ever seen. Its online netcode through 3 betas has been impeccable so far, and the number of smaller details that it nails right out of the gate is unprecedented. It's so good that even the poor story and extremely slow progression of the single-player World Tour amounts to only a jab's worth of damage on its metaphorical health bar. Whether you're completely new to fighting games or are a seasoned vet, Street Fighter 6 is a must-play. For more Street Fighter 6, check out the first minutes of the game. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
Peggy 18.
It has begun. I will show you your worst nightmares. I will give you despair and death.
Alright, time to kick some ass.
Don't crap yourselves. He likes to kill demon things. That's why I built him that well-functioning arm, to kick demon ass.
Let's go for a walk, little chickie! Get lit! Back it up, first stroke!
I think we should split into 2 groups and cover more ground. Good idea. Okay, Shakespeare. Just remember this. You and I like to exist, so get rid of those demons quick, because killing them ain't my shit. Go. What evil lurks? I must destroy.
V, why don't you tell me everything about this job?
A powerful demon is about to resurrect, and we need your help, Dante.
What? Does that mean you're going too?
I have a duty to see this through.
And you need to see this through. Dante's war.
Come on, little puppy. I'll take you out for a walk.
Made it for Lady and she paid for it, so consider it a rental.
What's happening now?
Get her out of here! This is a bad move! Go! You're just a reach!
What is that?
Freedom. Our freedom.
Hey everyone, I'm Shuhei Matsumoto, producer on Street Fighter 6. I'd like to walk everyone through what our plans are for Street Fighter 6 once the game releases on June 2nd. A big part of Street Fighter's charm is the cast of characters from around the world that appear in each game. We believe that Street Fighter is where players can take control of unique characters with their own awesome fighting styles. For the players, and for us as well, the appeal of the characters themselves is the most important element of the series. With Street Fighter 6, we're continuing development to deliver new characters to you every year. Today, I'd like to introduce the 4 fighters for Year 1. Year 1 will see the introduction of new characters Rashid, Aki, Ed, and Akuma. Rashid joins the fight in summer 2023, Aki in autumn 2023, Ed in the winter after the new year, and Akuma in spring 2024. These new Year 1 characters will appear in World Tour as well, so you can enjoy delving into their lore. In Battle Hub, we're planning various events and a store to obtain special collaboration items. We can't wait to show you what we have planned. For the 2023 season of the Capcom Pro Tour, Street Fighter 6 will be the main game. To commemorate the release of the new game, the Capcom Cup 2023 champion will receive a special $1 million prize package. And the total prize pool for Capcom Pro Tour 2023 will be over $2 million. Both modern and classic control types will be allowed in the tournament, so we hope you're all excited for a new season of Capcom Pro Tour. Street Fighter 6 is available for pre-order now. And in addition to the regular version, we're also offering other editions that include the Year 1 characters and content.
When mankind is consumed by darkness, and the land falls into chaos, the archdemon of the abyss shall rise from the earth.
They come rushing here in a desperate attempt to survive. Both beast and man have more in common than they think.
Wandering flames shall feed the beast and return to darkness. The story ends. Another begins. Wandering flames, I see you found your home.
Remember what you're fighting for! No dilly-dallying from you! Let's have some fun!
I am the artificial intelligence, Leviathan. Your personnel data indicates you are a suitable specimen to join an ongoing experiment. Under my supervision, Ibius Corp conducts its most important research here. Welcome to Bikitoa Island. You have been selected for a live combat test. The first team to complete their assignment wins. My archives encompass exhaustive records of human history. These annals are riddled with errors and institutional bias. Your species is susceptible to mass delusion. Fascinating. Humans dread the other. You seek to evolve, yet you do not want to change. You tear down curtains, yet fear revelations. Even when what is revealed is of your own creation. Combat data is required to develop the exosuit. At Ibius, we're always reaching for better. Always. Humanity resists quantification, an interesting variable. Within your behavior lies the answer. What is variable shall become fixed. Humans, fight and die for me. Carnage module online. I call your attention to the unstoppable Raptor Horde. Calculating chance of employee retention. Chance calculated at 8.7%. You must fight harder than ever if you wish to survive. A more grueling combat experiment is called for. You will now witness a small fragment of the war game.
You need to keep fighting until we can figure out how to destroy the varmint.
I am the advanced artificial intelligence, Leviathan. Follow my guidance to maximize your growth opportunities in this research and development exercise. The first team to complete all of the assigned objectives wins. You will compete in 2 teams and provide me with the high-quality combat data I require. Let us begin. I will transfer you to the combat zone. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Interdimensional transfer complete. The war game will begin shortly. Have a super day. You will now engage in a dinosaur combat test. Exofighters, follow the Watcher. Initiating dinosaur cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors.
Get behind me!
Summoning raptors.
Face it! Fire in the hole!
Summoning raptors. Dinosaur call. You are completing objectives faster than the enemy team. Follow the Watcher. Proceed to next mission. Initiating dinosaur cull mission.
Bud.
Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning gas neosaurs. They will explode when defeated, or if you get too close. Summoning raptors. Summoning sniper neoswords. These enemies attack from long range using energy bolts. Exosuits with long range attacks should prioritize these targets. Summoning raptors. Summoning gas neoswords.
Shield break!
Summoning sniper neoswords. Dinosaur Call. You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Follow the wall.
Thank you. Disengaging.
Proceed to next mission. Use Roadblock's shield to stall charging dinosaurs.
Let's rock!
Initiating Dinosaur Cull mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning a Triceratops. It is dangerous to attack a Triceratops head-on.
Shield ready! Can't hold on much longer! Nice work! Take this! I made him angry! The shield ready! Hold on, shield broken!
Dinosaur Call. You have acquired a wall. You can place barricades in the combat area. Initiating VTOL defense mission. Preparing combat area. Please wait. Summoning raptors.
Shield ready! One shield coming out!
You are completing objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Follow the Watcher to your destination. Summoning a T-Rex. A T-Rex can be dangerous, even from a distance. Summoning raptors.
One shield coming up! Stay there! That's the only just shield down! Patch up! Appreciate it. Got your back. I owe you a solid. This is not good. Get behind me! Get back in the fight!
objectives slower than the enemy team. Proceed to next mission. Increasing hazard level to maximum. Carnage module online. Consider this superior dinosaur threat an opportunity for professional growth. Prepare for battle. Raptor Super Swarm incoming. If you are unable to prepare in time, your death may be authorized. Good luck.
You got it, pal.
Use Zephyr to quickly meet the enemy in melee combat.
Just try and stop! Get behind me!
Calculated. Your chances of survival are less than 10%. You must fight harder than ever if you wish to survive. The final mission. Brace yourselves for interdimensional travel. Prepare for combat. The final mission will be data key security. Proximity to the data key will cause it to advance. Escort it to the objective. If the data key is destroyed, remain in proximity to repair it. Stay near the data key to escort it and complete the mission. Enemy data key has progressed 20%. Escort progress 20%. A Dominator has been generated for your team. Use the Dominator to commandeer a dinosaur and attack the enemies. I have awarded the enemy team a Dominator. They may invade with a hostile dinosaur. Stay near the data key to escort and complete the mission.
Dominator activated!
Stay near the data key to escort and complete the mission.
Dominator activated!
Data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. Your allies are on the offensive near the enemy team. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy data key has progressed 40%. Escort progress 40%. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The enemy data key has progressed 40%.
Heading to market.
Escort progress 40%. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The enemy team is on the offensive. Fight back. The data key is badly damaged. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs. The data key is being attacked by dinosaurs.
Shield ready. Let's pain or game. Overdrive ready. Fire in the hole! One shield.
Escort progress, 80%.
Shield broken. Fire in the hole!
The enemy data key has progressed 80%. A well-balanced combat. Victory is near. Demonstrate exemplary combat ability by defeating the enemy team.
Fire in the hole! Nice work.
The objective. Beginning preparations for aerial transfer of the data key. These preparations progress more quickly when friendly exofighters are near the data key. Continue escorting the data key. The enemy data key has progressed 90%. Consider directly attacking enemy exofighters. Data key will be initiated soon. Combat test complete. You have fulfilled your objectives ahead of the enemy team. You are victorious. Repeat, you are victorious. Please enjoy the right to continued existence and be sure to rest up. The next war game is just around the corner.
From the dragon's flames.
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen?
Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign number one!
But it doth not release thee from thy fate.
What is that?
Freedom. Our freedom.
Oh, hello there. You are watching IGN Summer of Gaming.
We are moments away from the Capcom Showcase, where Capcom is hopefully going to be showcasing some cool new games, and until then, we'll be showing off some games as well.
That's right. And after Capcom does its thing, we'll be talking about them, replaying the trailers, probably yelling a bunch about how mad we are that they aren't doing a Dino Crisis remake. It's a crime. Unless they are, in which case we'll still be yelling, but it'll be like happy yelling. Speaking of dinosaurs, sort of, we're getting a closer look at Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, which has all sorts of big space reptiles, right, Max?
Certainly does. Up until last December, I was the only guy at IGN who had any faith in another Avatar movie, and in the 6 months since it came out, no one apologized for doubting me, and I'm still mad about it, but at least they let me ask the guy about the space dinosaurs. Let's check it out.
I'm sorry.
For Avatar fans, properly returning to Pandora usually involves movie tickets and 3D glasses or a trip to a theme park, but that's about to change big time. Here to tell me all about Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, Associate Game Director Drew Reckner. Drew, welcome.
Hey, thank you.
We are accustomed to seeing big, huge, massive, sprawling Ubisoft open-world action-adventure games. Can you tell me a little bit about what makes Frontiers of Pandora more than just Far Cry with blue cats?
Absolutely. So I think there's really three things to remember with Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. So number one, it's set in the world of Avatar, but it's a brand new expansion of the lore and a standalone story on Pandora, Western frontiers, new continent, new biomes to explore. We've got the stuff that's familiar to Avatar fans with the King Lore Forest. We've got the Upper Plains, brand new. We've got the Clouded Forest, so brand new places to explore. Number two, Banshee Companion. It's personally like one of my favorite kind of things to do in the game is to fly around on, not only is it your friend and you can customize it, you can make it yours, but it's like a whole new perspective on the world. You can fight on it, you can soar through the skies, it's thrilling. And number three, like you are a 3-meter tall Na'vi. You're playing not as an avatar, but actually inhabitant of Pandora. You tower over these tiny little humans, the RDA, right? And so we really could lean into that kind of asymmetrical gameplay.
Let's talk about who you play as, because you play as a Na'vi who's raised by humans. Let's talk about character customization, sort of the role-playing side of it. How much control over who you are do players have?
Yeah, so like I said, like you play as a Na'vi and you can customize your Na'vi, right? Like you can do the normal kind of character creation things. You can choose how you want to look, but there's also customization in terms of the visuals. There's a crafting component to the game, and there's a really strong visual component to that as well. So you can really craft your Na'vi to make it look like someone that you identify and want to be with.
Something the Na'vi do is they have a lot of respect for nature. And in a lot of video games, you just kill stuff because you need new ammo straps or like a bigger inventory. How do you sort of find that compromise? Like how do you respect Eywa?
We really had kind of two things that we really kept in mind. Like one is quality over quantity. We wanted to make sure that you weren't just grabbing and kind of taking everything from nature, but you were kind of living in balance. Right, and and then number two, it's really about your power coming from nature, right? Because you are connected to nature through Eywa. So we really wanted to ensure that like the progression systems and things of that nature really had this connection to nature. So whether it be harvesting or connecting to these tarsiu flowers, to connect to your ancestors and getting their knowledge and progressing and getting new skills that way.
We see a lot of amp suits in the trailer. Do they come in Na'vi sizes? Like we're going to use some human technology, but
yeah. So we have the soldiers, right? And then you have the amps, and the amps are kind of formidable opponents. I mean, as a Na'vi, you're super strong. You're 3 meters tall, 10 feet tall for the imperialists out there. And in the amps, they match you in size and strength. And so they're using, these kind of big guns. But the cool thing is, you are actually raised by humans, so not only are you using Na'vi weaponry in the game, but you have a knowledge of using the human weapons against them, right? These loud, destructive weapons. So you're kind of in this unique position to use both those tool sets.
You can use Na'vi stuff, you can use human stuff. In the most recent movie, Jake Sully kind of customizes his machine gun to have like sort of a Na'vi bit of a twist to it. Is there any kind of weapon customization, anything like that?
Yeah, so there's visual customization, but there's also, upgrading your weapons. And in both ways, right, we can change the appearance of your weapons to really make them yours. And there's the kind of stats component or the progression component to them, but there's also an additional layer to ensure that you can make your assault rifle, your bow, like all of those things kind of look like how you want to make them look.
Now, sort of James Cameron is infamous for having a very particular way he wants things done. How much oversight has he had on this, and has he swooped in at any point and been like, that's not how space pterodactyls work?
So one of the really cool things about working on this project is we've had such a close collaboration with the teams at Lightstorm and Disney. And so we had direct access to the actual people working on the films, right? And we had a pretty free flow exchange of ideas. And so, sometimes ideas would come from them. We would tell them about the game and what we were thinking, and they would say, oh, actually, we had this idea, and you get ideas right from the creators themselves. And then, we had lots of expansion from the existing kind of content that exists, and they would kind of help us shape that to really fit, because, we're expanding the lore, so they have a very vested interest in that. So it was a really, really a nice collaboration. And all these like detailed components.
Now, Drew, the next Avatar movie is still a ways off. When can I play the game to hold me over till then?
December 7, 2023.
Sweet, and it's
this year.
It's current gen only?
So it's new gen.
New gen.
So PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, PC, Amazon Luna.
Wonderful. Looking forward to it. Now, of all the games that could be well suited to like a live service model, I feel like Avatar makes a lot of sense because there's a movie coming out basically every 2 years for pretty much the rest of the decade. Can you talk about sort of the decision to make this a like standalone single player experience, and if you're able to talk about it, what the plans are post-launch?
Yeah, so we really wanted to create a brand new story. So new characters, right? But we wanted to tap into the familiarity with the universe. So we reference some of the events that happen in the first and second films. And I think if you're a fan, you might notice some other references as well. But we really wanted to stand on its own. And it's really such a personal journey of growth, of becoming, someone who is raised by humans, taken away from your family. And it's about self-discovery. And I think that fits the action-adventure, model so well. And then in post-launch, we do have 2 DLCs lined up that we'll have more information on. And that will be an expansion of the story.
Nice. That said, this is canon. This exists in the same universe. But are we going to see any crossover with characters from the movie?
We do reference a couple things, but the characters will not be in the film. We have a brand new cast of characters.
That's actually, that's a relief. I feel like we often see sort of just like familiar stuff shooting in there. It's it's a whole new frontier. Can you speak a little bit about sort of the new biomes and just sort of I guess how they stand out from what we've seen in the 2 films?
Absolutely. So we have the most familiar kind of for Avatar 1 and 2 fans. We have the Kinglor Forest, which is, kind of akin to a rainforest, right? So that'll look immediately familiar to most. We did expand on some of the flora and fauna. But then we have 2 brand new regions. And so the first is the Upper Plains, and it's like sprawling, long sight lines, looks entirely different than, that really dense rainforest. Gameplay-wise, long range, long view sights, of course, right? Like you have a lot of interesting opportunities, right? If you're a sniper, all of a sudden, great. This is where I'm going to use my heavy bow a lot more, right? As a Banshee, when you're riding your Banshee, you have amazing sight lines. You can see really far, and we have brand new gameplay opportunities there that we can only do there because we have these giant wind gusts, and we can really lean into that mechanic. And then the third region that we have is the clouded forest, and that's, it's dense, it's foggy, it's kind of shrouded in mystery. I don't want to spoil any story, so I won't say too much more, but it's kind of a physical representation of that. And it's more akin to like a temperate forest. So you have like giant, kind of like trees that create lots of shade, and there's like kind of fungal growth and like all sorts of interesting animals and plants that have evolved to live in that environment.
Nice. Awesome. Drew, thank you so much. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora hits Xbox Series, PS5, and PC on December 7th, and between now and then we'll have plenty more updates on IGN.
Wow, Max, they finally let you talk about Avatar. All right. That was Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, one of the many awesome-looking games we're checking out on IGN Summer of Gaming. You've been very, very good so far. We are so proud. And you know what? You deserve a reward.
Or perhaps rewards, plural, as in IGN rewards. This is where IGN users can get access to giveaways, discounts, beta invites, game codes, in-game items, all that cool stuff. In fact, during IGN Summer of Gaming, IGN Rewards members have a chance to win a free PS5, Xbox Series X, or a Steam Deck. Just head to IGN.com/IGN Rewards to find out more, or IGN.com/rewards.
There we go. Now, it turns out we've also been very good, and we deserve a little break, just a tiny, tiny break. But stick around, because the Capcom pre-show kicks off very soon, right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. We'll be right back. We love you so much.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime, anywhere.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed.
That was good, I liked it. Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. It is... we've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may.
I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com. IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Warhaven, a 16v16 PvP medieval fantasy game. Now charge into epic battles as one of 6 different character classes, work together as a team to dominate the battlefield, and awaken the power of an immortal to turn the tides of war yourself. Now wishlist the game on Steam and play the game for free during Steam Next Fest on June 19th. Well, let's take a look.
That was a look at Warhaven right here on IGN Summer of Gaming, and based on the title, you might have been able to guess that Warhaven was a video game. Our next game, however, sounds like any other number of types of media.
It might sound like the title of an album, an adult film, or maybe a reality show that involves dating and mixology, but I assure you it is, in fact, a video game. Here's a look at Thirsty Suitors! That was great. I had a lot of fun with that one.
If you like gorgeous, unique art styles, turn-based battles, skateboarding, cooking, and romance, look no further than Thirsty Suitors. Joining me today from Outer Loop Games are game director Chandana Ekanayaka and narrative lead Meghna Jayanth to give us more details about their new game. Hi all, welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming.
Thank you so much. We're so happy to be here.
Yeah, I just want to point out we all have beautiful nails.
I mean,
so, yes, I'm so excited. Okay, so this game, obviously when I first saw it, I was like, oh my God, it looks gorgeous. So can you give me a little bit of detail on why you chose to go with such a colorful and like bright art style and this unique style that you obviously have showcased in the trailer?
A lot of it is sort of the theme of the game is a celebration of culture, and we were like, the best way to get that across visually is go with a lot of color, and so a lot of our references are South Asian references, and for different kinds of foods and you know, clothing and things like that. And there's always just swaths and swaths of color.
It's like a joyful world to be in, and I think the visual style really kind of reflects that. And it's so, and like the animation as well. You know, I think there's a real kind of like tongue-in-cheek quality to all of it. Like it's silly and over the top.
Yeah.
It's kind of an anime, actually.
It is. That's why. I mean, that's also why while the colors are vivid, but also the animation and the sort of the sets designs are also pretty out there.
Yeah, I actually love that you called it an anime because it does reflect that. Actually, I was like, oh yeah, you're right, it does.
Yeah, I think some of that like tonal stuff, right? Like you can get away with being really over the top, really sincere. Kind of have these like kind of screaming emotional battles, but also these like heartfelt moments in a classic kind of sports anime style.
Yeah, because you're kind of dealing, you're dealing with pretty emotional stakes, right? It's not like saving the world; it's like saving your relationship,
facing up to your past, making up with your family. And so the three major things that you do in the game are battling, but it's not gory in any sense. You know, and they're kind of non-contact. They're a little bit choreographed battles, and cooking with your parents, like your mother, whose approval you can never get. Not a story that has anything to do with my own life in any fashion. And skateboarding as well. They're really low stakes, but they're really real ones, and they're very relatable ones, you know, like facing up to like the people whose hearts you broke, to your family's expectations, and like your first love, and your sister as well. So she's like a big figure in the game too.
So obviously we talk about, you know, being able to make up with your parents, but is there a sort of path where it's okay to not forgive and not like make amends? Is that something that's in your story?
This is a story of Jala kind of taking responsibility for some of her past mistakes, and certainly getting to call her parents out. But there are, you know, other characters who have different, you know, each one of her suitors also has their own sort of complex relationships with their parents. And I don't think we're out here selling the message of like, of course, you must always, you know, this is a must.
Yeah.
But I think in Jala's case, you know, there's a lot of love there. I mean, I don't want to give away too much, but like the final boss in our game is Jala's maternal grandmother, right? And that's just so much more of a complicated issue. And there's the dynamics between her mother and her grandma. And so there is a sense of reconciliation, but also maybe, you know, I don't know whether grandma really fully changes.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the player can, yes, the player goes through changes through Jala's story, but not all the other characters might not feel exactly the same she does, you know.
Yeah, so it's very much a story about hope that, you know, generational trauma can be stopped and, you know, maybe reconciliated, just because a lot of immigrants don't have that opportunity. So is that something that you wanted to represent with this story?
Completely. You know, I think we also wanted this to be like a really joyful space for, you know, maybe like queer immigrant kids who I think we wanted to both represent the ways in which there is space for like brown queer joy in the world, and loads of people make that happen and that exists, but also a really wonderful like place to be for people who maybe don't have that with their families and aren't reconciled, right? Kind of going back to this idea of like these narratives of pain that I think all of us on the team were just kind of so tired of, like who are they really for?
Yeah.
You know, we wanted to make something for kind of people like us. It was really nice to be able to write like a brown bisexual like woman in a game, you know.
That's messy. And
it's messy.
And has some
I'm not that messy, but you know, of course, like Jala.
Yeah.
So we've seen that dialogue choices are definitely plentiful in Thirsty Suitors. So do these affect individual battles or the whole story?
Oh, yes. Yeah. There's a lot of like, you know, gentle background stuff. So even like your histories with certain characters can be kind of affected by your choices. But mostly all of the choices build towards these things called personas that we have in the game. So they're kind of 3 general paths that Jala can take, personality styles, which also affect gameplay and your build. And so I think we try as much as we can. Most lines in the battles are inflected by kind of dominant persona or your choices, you know, which is I think really exciting. But there is also a core to who Jala is, right? You're shaping her story, you're shaping her personality and her responses. But ultimately, it is a story of like her reconciliation and coming home and sorting stuff out, you know.
So speaking of shaping Jala's personality, how did you come up with the mood system?
You know, our moods are like status effects, like poison or, you know, frozen or whatever. We just found it more, you know, I think it spells thirst is the thing I really wanted to do. So there's like...
Absolutely.
Yeah, so there's like, you know, thirsty mood and impress mood. So you can try to impress somebody, they'll try to impress you. And there's different status effects that happens when you do that. So if Jala puts someone in a thirsty mood, they tend to hurt themselves when they try to attack because they're like in a thirst mood. So they might randomly attack anyone in the battle. It could be you or themselves, and that lasts a number of turns. And then while they're in a thirsty mood, you have a thirsty attack type that does more damage. The different moods also, you know, you can cause someone to go into a mood based on what your dialogue choices, or if their, you know, partner falls in battle, they might rage, and now you have to deal with that, right? And then like every so often, especially on the 6 X's are like they're kind of mini bosses that pace the rest of the game. So there's like figuring out what their main moods are, and that also changes through the course of the battle. So you know, you have to figure out like what's the best approach to that, and comes off based on what you know about them too. Yeah.
So obviously we're talking about the core gameplay with turn-based battles, skateboarding, and cooking. So how do these all work together? We talked about the mood system, but how do all of these things come together for the gameplay that you've produced?
Cooking came through because, for both of us, it's like a way for us to connect with our parents that we can't normally have these like deeper conversations with. But if we're in the middle of cooking and we're kind of thinking about that, we can have these conversations. That was sort of like the approach for the cooking.
The cooking sections are kind of like fantastical wuxia, martial artsy, you know, like spatulas are weapons kind of thing. And so there's so much energy in that, and so it felt really important to bring that energy into the writing as well. Also, cooking is our spaces where really huge emotional arguments happen between Jala and her mother, and you know, in fact, it like kicks off the entire end of the game.
And then the skateboarding. So your main ex, Tyler, who you were best friends with and were on and off a relationship over the years. She's the hardest one to kind of reconcile with. So there's this
You really broke her heart.
You really broke her heart.
Yeah.
And she wants to get into the skate park, which is run by this bear, a bear.
A creepy
costume.
bear mascot. Yeah.
And there's a whole like.
There's
worried about
a whole
kids.
weird
there's
cult,
there's like,
weird skate punk cult going on in the.
So Tyler's worried about the kids in town, and so that's sort of your in is to try to like get into the skate park and like figure out what's going on there, and then report back to Tyler, and that's how that part ties into. So.
Okay, cool. I actually really like that the main character isn't this just like super innocent person. Like obviously they did some wrong by some people, so it's a very refreshing telling.
Yeah.
And so I want to ask, so when someone finally does finish Thirsty Suitors' story, what do you want them to take away from that?
I think the only thing that I really want from it is that I hope people enjoy it, and I hope they feel some kind of truth in it, and some kind of sincerity. And we put I think everyone on the team has put an enormous amount of like love and creativity into it, and I hope that comes across.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the thread of all of it is the story, and we've seen players there's a lot more skating stuff you can do, there's more cooking stuff, and there's like other side quests and things, so that there's enough stuff in there.
Oh yeah, you can battle skate punks, your grandma is sending you suitors to try and get you arranged marriage all the way from India because she's meddlesome, and they ambush you over town. There's all kinds of, and there's so many mini games in it, like
dancing going on.
There's there is dancing. You can pet a dog. You can skateboard as other characters. Yeah, I mean, you kind of call it a baby Yakuza, and I think that's a really good way
It's like
to think about it.
Mishmash of things tied together with a narrative. So that's sort of our approach.
Well, I am personally so excited to play through Jella's adventures. I cannot wait. I feel like this is going to be really therapeutic for me. So, yeah, thank you so much for making this game. And thank you so much for joining me here today.
Oh, no, it's such a pleasure. Yeah.
For more up-to-date news on Thirsty Suitors, more game announcements, and gameplay reveals, stay tuned to Summer of Gaming here on IGN.
Does my hair look today? Good?
I think it looks good.
Oh,
that was Thirsty Suitors right here on IGN Summer of Gaming.
You know, one of the biggest problems with the Dark Souls games is that they're full of all kinds of horrible monsters, and at no point do they let you just shoot them in the face with a gun.
Luckily, one studio is trying to remedy this grave design flaw and oversight by letting you shoot all sorts of monsters right in the face. Here's a look at Gunfire Games' much anticipated sequel, Remnant 2.
2019's Remnant from the Ashes was an innovative and action-packed take on the Soulsborne game genre, featuring procedurally generated levels and tons of guns. And this July, it's getting a big new sequel that I can't wait to play. Stella, you played a bunch of Remnant 2. I need you to tell me all about it.
Yeah, so the first hour we accidentally played on the hardest difficulty, which it was, you know, I think it would have been fun if we had actual time to like grind a little bit, because we started with like nothing. But it is really cool. You get different mods and stuff. And honestly, if you like the challenge, it's pretty decent. It's really tough.
That was always an issue I think a lot of people had with the Soulsborne games. They're like, it's just not hard enough. So I'm glad they're working.
Harder.
Yeah, make it harder. How did the guns feel, or the one specifically? You ran around with one big gun for a while, right?
I did. So I actually ended up getting a mod for it that launched like a grenade.
Yes.
Which is great. So it was really cool. It felt really good. Ammo management was not too bad, but honestly, I really liked my pistol. It packed a punch, and yeah, for the lesser enemies that we were running around, like especially in the air, it was perfect. It felt really snappy.
You play tons of FPS games. This is a third-person shooter, and I played probably like 70 hours of the first game.
Oh my God.
I loved it a lot. So running around the world, I think one of my favorite things about the last game was that it had like a lot of horror references, or a lot of kind of like horror tinged.
Yes.
So tell me about that.
I was actually going to bring it up because I know you would personally love this, because we both love Bloodborne, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
shout out to Bloodborne.
Yes.
Amazing game.
Yeah. So I got to fight against this boss that's in this really cool arena. It's like this broken down, like abandoned temple, and you get to the middle, and it's like overrun with water. There are different like platforms you can be on, and this like eldritch Lovecraftian like guy with tentacles comes out, and you fight him, and he summons more tentacles from the ground. It's really cool. The boss fight felt really cool. I played another boss fight, but this one really stood out to me because the environment was so immersive, and the creature was really interesting. Like all the attacks were like water attacks and everything like that. And you actually have to be careful about where you are, because if you go into waist deep water, then you get slowed down and you can get smacked by one of the tentacles.
Oh, nasty.
Yeah.
I think like when I first heard the first game had procedurally generated levels, I was like, I'm not wild about that, because I really love like bespoke, crafted environments, deliberately designed by the level designers and stuff like that. But then I started playing the game, and I was like, oh, I threw all those concerns right out the window. So is that aspect back this time? And how did that feel to kind of like navigate and run around?
Oh, it felt great. But every time we would start up a different world or whatever, we were just like, well, wait, we messed up. We can't go the same route, and we don't have the same boss. So it's actually been taken to another level. NPCs, storylines, whatever, like quest lines, they're all different. So they took it even further. Oh, also, by the way, you can jump now.
Yes!
Across platforms, which is great.
That
and
rules.
you can mantle too, so it's good. So there's more exploration, which is great because you can explore so many different areas, and nothing is going to be the same. Even your tutorial is different from like your friends.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really cool, which is why I think the co-op aspect is actually more interesting this time, so you can actually share an experience.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Because I know you play like a ton of Apex, so verticality in your shooters is very important. So yeah, adding jump is a nice little way to get a little bit higher in the world. But yeah, so did that play into like the combat and stuff like that? Like, is there a lot of kind of like traversal that ends up going upwards? Like, is the procedurally generated levels going higher now? Are you going to skyscrapers and stuff?
You can. So there is this like hidden quest that you can do with the bird and something about collecting their eggs, but you have to go vertically to reach the bird.
Okay.
I didn't get to see it because again, we only got like 2 hours, but.
Is the bird a friend?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't like the way it looked at me, but I think it's a friend.
Yeah, don't trust the bird. We'll sort it out in our official review.
But it's really cool because there is loot on higher surfaces, so you can actually climb up, and because everything is procedurally generated, you never know what's going to lead you. So it's actually, it's really nice. So I can't really speak to it in combat, but there was this one area where there was a boss that was flying around in the air, which you may or may not get.
Right.
So verticality there might be helpful, so you can like actually shoot a little bit closer to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
get up there and just shoot it in the head.
Yeah, but you were actually asking me earlier because we were talking about this offline. The melee is actually really good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it feels very snappy, very intuitive. It's actually a really good option. Whenever I would run out of ammo right next to an enemy, I would just slash and then I would just roll back. It was great.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
A thing I really liked in Remnant from the Ashes was it had kind of like this hub area where you would go interact with NPCs and like upgrade weapons and items and stuff like that. Tell me about that. Did you get to experience anything like that?
Yeah, so it actually carried over the story from the first game. So you have like some soured relationships, some really good relationships with the NPCs, and that carries over, which is really cool. So you can see that in like the interactions and stuff. But the hub world is pretty cool. I haven't been able to spend a lot of time in there. I got like 1 mod, but you can upgrade pretty quickly actually. The grind is like not too bad, but it's
awesome.
Just enough that it does have you working around some of the levels for a little bit and then you come back.
I need to make a confession really quick. I got up to the last boss of that game and then just really didn't like it, and I think it just kicked my butt a lot. And I was like super leveled up and awesome, and I love the game so much, and I gave up. So I'll have to go watch a YouTube video to figure out what's going on before the new one.
Just catch up on that. Honestly, I think the tutorial will be good for this because they did change a few things. Obviously, gunplay and stuff is there, but it looks so pretty too. So it'll be different. Actually, maybe you should watch like a recap because you'll compare the environments to what we have now.
Yeah.
Feels like a living world. It's just so pretty, like actual colors popping in. And the details, it looks really good. And I played on a PC that had a 30 series card in it.
Oh, man.
Looked great and ran great. Had no issues.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about some of the different environments because I really liked in the first game there was like a lot of swamps and just like nasty, murky places to hang out in.
Yeah.
I love swamps in Soulsborne games. Like you just need a good poison swamp full of awful monsters.
No, that's the worst.
Yeah, that's the point. It's supposed to push back and kick your butt a little bit.
I guess.
It's like Miyazaki's whole thing. Like he loves swamps.
I know, and I hate it. All the poison frogs. But
They're great.
Well, okay, you don't have as much of that in this game now, which is good because you get a variety, which is really nice. You might open up this fog gate and walk into like this beautiful biome with like red flowers and everything everywhere, but then also have super deadly teleporting enemies.
That's what I want. Yeah, just give me that good mix of ugly and beautiful, right?
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. Yeah, they do that. And it's nice because the first game, while I did love the environment and it was like, oh yeah, the world has fallen, you kind of got the same color palette all around.
Yes, yeah.
But this one you don't. It's really nice to see the variety and, different structures. Also, the hub area did change a little bit because time has passed. So it's really cool to see time having passed in this world that you did know from the first game.
I really liked sort of like how snappy and quick the character was in Remnant 1. Does it feel that way in Remnant 2? Like just getting around the world is just like...
Yes, and it's going to be even better because there is no stamina unless it comes to combat. So you can run around as much as you want.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good.
It's great.
Well, Stella, thank you so much for telling me about Remnant 2. Remnant 2 comes to PS5, Xbox, and PC on July 25th. For all things video games, keep watching Summer of Gaming right here on IGN.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors, beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fanbases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN's strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Survive a brutal island filled with fearsome enemies while designing your dream shop in Sailblazers, a new multiplayer open world survival shopkeeping game from Airstrafe Interactive. Let's take a look.
Nice.
Thank you for believing in me. Together, we'll make it the best shop the island's ever seen.
Nice work. Keep this up and you'll be running your own shop. Maybe your own district.
Welcome to Karzai Village.
Who sent you? You will regret working for the Outlaws.
Take this!
For some more preem cyberpunk content? Well, look no further because I have Gabe Amatangelo, game director, Paolo Sasco, quest director here with me today to answer all of our questions about Cyberpunk 2077's upcoming DLC, Phantom Liberty. Welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming.
Thank you. Hello, great to be here actually.
Yeah, I saw you guys checking out our toys and everything. You were surrounded by fellow nerds.
Cool collection, yes. We're definitely nerds. We'll get you a V statue for the background.
Okay, so I'm just gonna dive right in. So this is obviously a spy thriller. So are we gonna get any noir-esque sequences?
Of course, it's a cyberpunk spy thriller, right? So noir is definitely at the heart. And we've got, within the spy portion of it, you're gonna have some of the tropes, if you will, that you get to emerge in. And we're gonna go without spoilers here. Okay. But things that you could imagine, you get to kind of role play in this, and it's gonna be fun. And maybe we can touch some inspirations we had, because like quite early when we were discussing about like Phantom Liberty, there was an idea of like, going with that spy thriller vibe. And I remember like one of us, I don't know who that was thrown the Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy movie as an inspiration. Then the Bridge of Spies came in, and then also Bond movies, and and even like Ocean's 11. So like actually a dab of Bourne Identity. A dab of Bourne, yeah. So like actually the Phantom Liberty takes you to that trip from like really dense atmosphere that you have in those spy thriller movies to actual movies when you feel like a Bond at some moments, and really heavy action sequences. So all of that is there.
So did you include like a special Bond-esque weapon then?
Yes, but I'm trying to skirt around. I mean, there's everything you can imagine. Like, let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. And we were really excited about this because it allowed us to put V in a situation with kind of a new kind of category of characters, if you will, from the president to, of course, sleeper agents to other mysterious characters. And then we have Kurt Hansen, who's like a sort of a militia guy that's kind of taken over Dogtown. All the intrigue there. But as you get into the narrative and as you explore it, you also see that they're all human in a way. And that was part of the fun of saying this new kind of category of characters, but still that rich complexity of the characters.
Awesome. Okay, so you touched on Dogtown, so I'm very curious about this new area. What can you tell us about this new area, Dogtown, and how many new events or gigs we can find there?
Oh, there's a bunch. So, yeah, so Kurt Hansen sort of defected from Noosa after the war. And he sees the opportunity to control this section adjacent to Night City, now called Dogtown. One of his exploits is weapons dealing. So there's going to be some weapons trading and dealing and stuff like that happen there. But that's not the sort of main story. It's just kind of there's this layer of activity and agency in the world that happens with or without V. And so it feels very alive and you can interact and intersect it.
Yeah, precisely. We end up like with Gabe actually going over the open world really like and trying to think like how to revitalize it in a way, you know, what we could actually add, you know, to make it really feel alive, you know, and there's plenty actually that goes around, you know, V and happens around you in Dogtown, but also in the Night City.
Awesome. So what sort of area is the Pacifica Combat Zone and how does it differ from Night City?
I mean, it was the site of conflict, the Unification War, and you see some of the kind of after effects of it there. But again, it got seized control by this sort of military leader, and it feels very oppressive. It's very different. Barghest, which is the faction that's under Hansen, they'll knock you around if you get out of line, and so you've got to be on edge a little bit. So it has a very different atmosphere, and we're excited about players exploring it.
Yeah, like when designing Dogtown, we were looking for ways, you know, how to make it like fit the game, you know, because like you can traverse from Dogtown to Night City without any loading screens. It's just a part of the game, right? So we wanted to make it feel like native to the game, you know, to the Night City itself. But then there was this research, as Gabe said, for this unique vibe, you know, what we can actually do to make it feel different. And I think we found it.
You'll see like guard towers, spotlights, very armored gates getting in and out, that kind of stuff, people outside. So yeah, it's a different vibe.
Oh, okay. I'm interested to check it out. So we did touch on weapons, and I know you don't want to spoil much, but so I hear there's a new relic system that does power up some of your gear.
Yes. So early on, when you meet Songbird, as seen in the trailer, she's a very powerful net runner, and she's able to sort of work through your relic to allow you to empower some of your cyberware, as well as find exploits in other people's cyberware. So we offer some new ways to play the game.
Ooh, okay, that sounds very fun.
Should we give examples?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, let's go into examples.
Give examples?
Okay.
100%.
Yeah.
So we revitalized a lot of the cyberware system. You now can get in a situation where you can sort of just be armor clad with cyberware, so to speak, and just barrel through people, knock them out of the way, pick them up, throw them against trucks and cars and stuff like that, splat, knock people across the room.
You shoot the barrage of rockets, right, from your rocket launcher, because before you had like one, but right now when you upgraded, you have like multiple ones. So it feels great. Like you are just actually really feeling like this, you know, cybergeist, you know, human being, you know, running around Night City, being this merc, you know, trying to survive there.
And our inspiration was basically saying, when you think about the cyberpunk genre and you think about cyberware, what are some of the fantasies of how you want to play? And so we really leaned into it with giving characters, or players rather, a bunch of new actions, a bunch of new ways they can build their character to fulfill these fantasies.
That's actually, I cannot remember the name of him right now, but I believe one of the characters from the Cyberpunk anime also had that ability. So is that a callback, and are we going to see other abilities from the show in...
Oh, is
you're
this
talking about Mine? Yeah, Mine had his own crew, and he had this ability of like shooting multiple. So yeah, in a way, it is a clear reference. Maybe you can talk about Edgener perk.
No, you spoiled it. So we've got, like I said, we redid the cyberware system, and so now there's a capacity meter, and the more cyberware you slot, the farther you push the edge and you can run over the edge, and then there's a bit of a risk versus reward. See, I wanted to do that corny punchline joke, and kind of spoiled it for me. Yes. But yes, so there is it is obviously inspired. I mean, it's in the lore, it's baked into the lore, but the response obviously was huge to it, and we definitely wanted to put it into the game.
Oh, wow. That's going to be really hard to juggle because you added in so many new things that people are going to want to use, but now you're going to be like, hey, can't use all of that. So that's going to be very hard to balance, but I'm very glad for that challenge.
So yeah, and just find the way you want to play. Another way is you can jump in the air, dash in the air, block bullets with your katana blade. We've got vehicle combat as well, where you can be on your Akira-style bike and slash some tires with your katana blades, screech, pull out your SMG, shoot cars down. So a lot
or
of
vehicles with the rockets, actually.
Vehicles with rockets, yeah.
Those are actually pretty, because you can have both like Gatling guns and rockets in some of the vehicles that you can obtain in the game, either as a quest reward or just, buy it as a player in the game. So.
Okay, is that going to be something that's found everywhere in the city or just in the new portion?
So you'll be able to access like all the, vehicle combat, all this stuff, but you do get introduced to, or you get a deeper relationship with the Fixer in Dogtown that then enables things like getting rockets on your vehicle and enhancing them a little bit more. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So speaking of the Fixer and other characters that we might interact with, we definitely need to talk about Solomon Reed, who is played by Idris Elba, who is a key character in this DLC. So can you tell us a little bit more about him and his relationship with other key characters in this DLC?
Yeah, so he is, a sleeper agent, sleeper spy. And through the story, I'm going to skirt around spoilers here, right? But through the story, we activate him, and he has, he's just a badass. And I want to say more, but I don't want to spoil stuff. I don't know, what else should I say without spoiling?
I guess we can mention that, he's of course entangled with some things, connected to his past, and throughout the story you're going to discover some of those things, and you will have to make some, I would say, key, important, difficult choices that will lead you to slightly different outcomes throughout that story that will going to impact him and other characters, around him.
You play alongside him quite a bit, so
yes.
That's another very important point.
And exactly, and maybe we can mention that he's actually playing like one of the most important roles in the whole expansion, outside of just, of course, V and Keanu Reeves as Johnny Silverhand's back as well. He has his own story arc, but he is going back to Idris Elba. He's an important character in that story because like some people ask, how much is there of him? Is he gonna be gone after a few scenes? That's not the case. We really he is the main character in that story, really important person, and throughout all your interactions, you will craft that relationship.
Ooh, okay. So obviously this brings in a big chunk of another part of Cyberpunk's story. And so how does this affect the ending that we got in Cyberpunk? And will there be additional multiple endings with this one DLC?
We were actually talking about this beforehand. So yes, as the trailer shows, Songbird brings you in, and with the promise of being able to handle your issue with the relic. So it will affect outcomes in the base game, as well as the story. Phantom Liberty within itself has multiple different variations of endings and things like that. And that's as far as we'll go. And that's probably farther than you wanted me to go.
Because this is a spy thriller, we are very conscious that the story is incredibly important here, and spoiling any of that, it will just ruin the experience for a lot of people. So that's why we're very cautious with Gabe to say anything more.
Okay, no, that's fair. So then my final question to you would be, since you want people to enjoy this content, about how many new hours of content do you think people can expect from Phantom Liberty?
Oh, wow, the question, right?
Favorite question.
Yes, it's big. There's a lot of stuff, and I'm not gonna say like a number, but it's a big expansion.
It's also just
There's
because I'm
people
not
play different ways.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure actually what that number would be, to be honest. Because we have done multiple different tests. If you play as a player with a stealth play style, it's significantly longer than when you go just guns blazing, or even we play melee. Then you land somewhere in between. That's one difficulty. Another difficulty is new activities that we introduced, the airdrops or courier, for instance, that is even in a base game, as Gabe mentioned. Their nature is they are infinite. So in a way, as a player, you can keep going, and it's how are we supposed to exactly say, how much there is? Because part of it is your choice how you want to play. So that is a difficulty. One thing I guess we can say is that it's a large expansion. not only just because we have added a pretty substantial amount of terrain, and interiors to explore, but also just because of how many gameplay systems we have reworked. And all of that just brings a lot of new freshness, but also new ways to play the game.
Sounds like I have my work cut out for me, so I gotta finish all my games first and then play this. But thank you so much for all of your insight into this and giving us a few scoops that we definitely shouldn't have gotten, but we did. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, for more Cyberpunk 2077 news, be sure to stay right here on IGN for all of the latest updates. And don't forget to keep tuned for more Summer of Gaming content this month for all of your gaming news.
Hello, hello, hello. We are still here. This is IGN Summer of Gaming. Coming up shortly, we have a little surprise for you with a look at Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. And it might not be the Sands of Time remake fans are waiting for, but it was a fun surprise anyway.
Surprises are fun, but what about regular prizes?
Ooh.
If you're a fan of winning cool stuff, you might want to check out IGN Rewards all during Summer of Gaming. Being part of IGN Rewards could win you a free Steam Deck, PlayStation 5, or Xbox Series X, and you get year-round benefits like exclusive deals, giveaways, free game codes, and more. Head to IGN.com/rewards and check it out for yourself.
Now, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is coming up very soon, and still to come, the pre-show for Capcom Showcase, IGN Summer of Gaming. We'll be right back after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Aveum, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fanbases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Why are people so mean to Koroks in Tears of the Kingdom? We may never know, but what I do know is you should follow IGN on all of our social media platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. Follow us. Or don't.
A brand new Prince of Persia was announced, and it's quite literally in a different dimension to the beloved Sands of Time games. Made by the folks behind Rayman, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is a 2D game that revisits the series' platformer roots. To find out more about this unexpected return, we spoke to 3 developers from Ubisoft Montpellier, who told us how they're relaunching Prince of Persia as an anime-inspired Metroidvania.
We are not welcome here.
At Ubisoft Montpellier, we have the experience of 2D games and Rayman, of course, so for us it was natural to make the choice for the game, and we also wanted to come back to the original Prince of Persia, because it fits with the kind of structure we have, but it's also in 3D when we have dynamic combat, and we have a specific combo. Sometimes we take the control of the camera and we have a specific point of view. So we want to keep something immersive, of course, and modern.
We love modern pop culture. We love anime. We love comics, superheroes, and this is really an act of love of fans. We are fans, and we wanted to put that in the universe of Prince of Persia. You know, our own formula is to get some strong inspiration and references from the mythological Persia, from the history, which is a bit little known, but it's very rich, very inspiring. And unlike that, with more modern inspiration and references.
It's not just the visuals that combine ideas from different genres. The gameplay pays homage to both the 1989 original Prince of Persia and the beloved Sands of Time trilogy, and blends those elements with the core concepts of Metroidvania games.
To go back to the roots of the series, because there's a lot of signatures, traps, sequences, movements, etc. Without forgetting what the 3D episodes had built, because this is super important to respect each episode.
Players that play the original game will find in some areas this feeling of the Arabian Nights, big palace, open areas, and with a nice landscape and everything, but also, like in the first Prince of Persia, some place with a lot of traps, small corridors with traps and things that are sometimes difficult to anticipate. And we have a lot of gameplay sequences that are cameo to the first Prince of Persia, of course.
For the Metroidvania elements, Ubisoft wanted to pull on all the classics of the genre: an interconnected map, challenging combat, and powers that unlock new opportunities.
Our purpose was to capture this feeling of isolation, this feeling to have a black box and to be smart.
We have a lot of rewards and shortcuts. We tease the player to come back with new abilities, because a very important thing in this kind of structure is very important when you come back to have the ability to pass through a fight easily, to access to treasures that was not accessible previously.
In traditional form for Prince of Persia, you have the power to manipulate time. For example, you can create a shadow marker and rewind back to it, so you can pull yourself out of danger at the last moment. Or you can speed yourself up and dash through hazards. As cool as these are though, they are purposefully very different to the Sands of Time powers that you may remember.
We are toying with time theme, and this is not a prequel. When we begin to think about this new chapter, so Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, it was very important to try to twist all those things. So something like simple ideas. Imagine that the time powers are back, the one that you know from the trilogy, but this time they won't be in your hand. They will be in the hand of the main antagonist.
I don't want to spoil, but you will later in the game will unlock specific abilities that will allow you to have a very different approach, even in the fight, the puzzle. It's a combination of abilities that give a lot of creativity to the player.
While The Lost Crown is a traditional Metroidvania in many ways, Ubisoft Montpellier decided against the genre's typically light touch approach to storytelling. You can expect 3D animated cutscenes as well as 2D dialogue sequences, and a dedication to character growth. That all begins with your protagonist, Sargon, a member of the superhero-like Immortals. That means, in a surprise turn, you don't play as the Prince of Persia himself. Instead, you're searching for him.
When you have to deal with Prince of Persia, it's super easy to make the same recipe. And it's kind of the same thing with every ideas we had. I talked about simple ideas. It was like, this time you won't play the prince, you won't be alone, you'll be part of a group. Why we did that? It was to, this time, create a closer connection with the player. I think we don't have so much prince in our audiences. We wanted to be sure that every player feels a connection with Sargon. That was super important to create a story that allows the player to grow with Sargon. This is a coming of age story because we took a lot of inspiration from animes. We didn't want to play as, let's say, Son Goku, but Vegeta. It was a matter of making him grow all along this journey. And Vegeta cannot be, he's a prince, of course, but we wanted to have someone more rough. We took a lot of inspiration from Miyamoto Musashi, his story, because this is a journey for Sargon to understand why does it mean to be strong.
With Sargon effectively being an anime hero, it was important to convey his power through the game's visuals. And so Ubisoft Montpellier studied numerous art forms, from anime to comic books to street art, to inform how Sargon looks when he fights.
When Sargon, our main character, unleashes his superpower, we wanted to give this feeling of epicness, creating an impactful images. So we're using vibrant colors, modern patterns, lines, bold colors, and everything to make a memorable moment for the players, which is our main purpose, of course.
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is planned to release in January next year on Switch, PlayStation, Xbox and PC. For more details on the Prince's return and everything else announced across the summer of gaming, stick with IGN.
This is Summer of Gaming. We're doing it. Capcom Showcase is coming up any second. Any last predictions?
I want to see Dino Crisis, but they're not going to show it to me.
Beautiful Joe. Resident Evil. Resident Evil 9.
Yeah.
I want...
Stick around after. We're going to have a post-show. They're going to start the thing right now. Check it out.
Watch it. Have fun. See you soon.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Capcom Showcase pre-show. I'm Andy. This is Joe from the Capcom USA community team. Before we get to the main show, which I'm really excited about, hopefully you guys are too, we have a pre-show plan for you.
Yeah, we got some pretty cool stuff. We're going to be doing an interview with one of our developers over at Capcom Japan. We're going to be talking to one of our voice talents who worked on Street Fighter 6. And to get things started, we're going to be highlighting a Capcom creator who's done some pretty cool Street Fighter 6 art in the past. So we're really excited about that. So let's go ahead and get that started.
Yeah, hey there, I do this, never feel loose. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all face proof. And if you think I'm gon' fold, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. I done society, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Let's go.
I put that time in. My pride is out the roof, I get that grind in. So I'ma tell the truth, I get my grind on. You know the pressure make all of these diamonds. I tell them get back, step back, fast track, big lap, big facts. I'm past that, yeah. I'm trying to get ahead, get out the way. Now move forward, stand back, now break away. I'm about to bring it on. I ain't never backing down. Took me step into the left, for my city, for my town. I do whatever it takes. I'ma go and get this round. Oh, I'ma go and look around. See the sights, yeah. Let's go. Hop out and I'm scheming, ride around and I'm dreaming. Once I get the feeling, nobody can stop me. Hit it, I'm on goal, fitting all you foes. Once I'm on the road, I'm knocking out of the door. I got the range. If you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you wanna challenge, tell me, rookie, run up on me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I ain't never backing down. Took a step up to the flag for my city, for my town. I do whatever. See the sights, yeah.
Clev is so talented. Clev, if you're watching, thank you so much for doing that time lapse for us.
Yeah, it's just really cool how the art really tells a story, right? You've got Kimberly, but then all the legacy characters from Street Fighter. It's just so cool to see. And if you really like that artwork, we are going to post that on our social media channels, so please take a look at that after the show.
And now we have an interview with the voice of Luke from Street Fighter 6, Alex Lee. Alex, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm happy to be here. Before we get into talking about Luke, how did you get into voice acting?
I think it was one summer day. I was eating a bowl of noodles, and I thought to myself, voice acting is cool. Maybe I'll try that. That's it.
That's it, just the noodles.
That's it. That's where it went. Yeah.
Did the noodles also get you to the role of Luke?
Yeah. I showed up to the studio and I went, and they said, "That's the guy."
But no, seriously, how did you get the role of Luke? And how did you approach that whole performance?
When we got the character slides and everything, I read through his description, his likes, his hobbies, and I was like, this guy is kind of like me. Pretty much that role was just me trying to put myself out there and kind of relaxing a little bit. It was actually one of the first roles where I got to play somebody that was just like me.
Luke's had a pretty interesting journey. He started at kind of the tail end of Street Fighter V and now is at the forefront of Street Fighter 6. How did you approach the two performances differently?
For 5, they wanted something younger. So Luke had a bit more of an aggressive attitude. He was a lot more arrogant. He was a lot more cocky. And he was just kind of like this random punk that showed up and was like, who wants to fight me? So for 6, we definitely kind of like mellowed down. He's got a job now. Wow, amazing. I guess after getting beaten up all those times, he's like, I'm gonna lay back a little bit and figure out how to train myself and actually hone my fighting style. I think it's been a really interesting journey to see not only how his characters have evolved, but also the reception of that change as well.
This is the first Street Fighter game that was recorded in English first, right? And you were one of the first characters to record your lines. What was the experience like, and how did that change things up for you?
For me, this was like a brand new way to do this, because in 5 is a dub, so we have to match the timing of the Japanese voice line, we have to match the cadence, the tone, and the animation. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot that you have to constantly be juggling. But for 6, it was a lot more loose, it was more flow. And for the first time, we got that sweet mouth tech where you can say anything and the characters would, automatically lip sync. So that was really, really cool. And I just had a lot more time, a lot more freedom to deliver lines how I wanted to do it. And also, again, because we were creating this character in the US, I got to put a lot of my ideas in there as well. So that was a much, much different process than 5.
So speaking of you putting yourself into Luke and everything, I see online, we all see online.
Yes.
Your advocacy for Luke, the memes, everything, how much you love him. Where does that come from, and what's that whole experience like?
I never thought this day would come where I would get to be in a Street Fighter game. For me, it's more about how this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I just got to make the best of it. So, with my full heart, I just was like, I'm gonna have fun with this character. Actually, some of my posts have even reached a wider global audience.
Yes, they have.
I visited the Capcom Japan office and I met up with Nakayama-san and the whole team over there. And I walked into the studio and they were like, we've all seen your Twitter. And I'm like, no!
What happened?
No! And they're like, no, it's good. We like it. And they thanked me for, promoting the character and just having fun with him. And they wanted to use that energy and put it into how they wrote and how they made the character. And I was really honored by that.
People are playing Street Fighter 6 now. Any favorite lines that you want to?
Ooh.
Oh, let's hear them.
Yeah, we got a lot of good ones. We got the Sandblast, but we also got the, gotta say, you're pretty photogenic.
That's the one everyone wants to hear.
Yeah. That's a good
That's
one.
the meme one.
The Hadouken.
There we go.
That one was fun. There's one where he whiffs his ultimate and he goes, whoa, wait.
Oh,
Yeah. So those are all great lines I remember recording, because all the funniest lines, we got them in one take. And then they were like, that's it, ship it. I'm like, you sure? And they're like, nope, that was good. And I'm like, I messed up. And they're like, you're supposed to mess up.
It's Luke, right? He's supposed to mess up. He's kind of corny like that.
It's true.
Anything you want to say to the community?
Thank you for your support over the last year. It's been amazing. I've had such a blast with this character, interacting with the community, seeing all the memes online, seeing all the fan art. It's been so much fun. And also, thank you for kicking my butt online. That's awesome too. I love that part. That's so cool. Thanks, guys. No, seriously though, thank you so much.
For everyone else at home, please stick around. We have an interview with localization director Andrew Alfonso that we pre-recorded, and that's coming up right now.
We're going to take you a little bit behind the scenes today, and we've got a special guest to do that for us. We're with Andrew Alfonso, coming to us all the way from Osaka, Japan. He works over at Capcom Japan. So Andrew, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hey guys. I'm localization director at Capcom Japan. I've been at Capcom for 17 years now. It's been quite a while. My first game that I worked on was Mega Man Star Force for the DS. After that, I worked on a bunch of Ace Attorney games, Ace Attorney 3, 4, 5, and Investigations. After that, I worked on the Monster Hunter series for about 10 years. And now I'm back on the Street Fighter series. And yeah, the latest game that I worked on was Street Fighter 6, which was just released.
Just an amazing tenure over at Capcom. But is there one in particular, a project that you've worked on that's really near and dear to your heart?
I would say the number one is usually Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. That was kind of the first game that I really got to work with the dev team very closely, especially the directors Fujioka-san and Tokuda-san. Probably number two is definitely Street Fighter 6, because just working with Nakayama-san and Matsumoto-san has just been an absolute pleasure. Their kind of philosophy on how game development should work has always been very appealing. So I was really happy to have this opportunity to work with them on Street Fighter 6.
Love working with them, and they've been amazing. But before we get into like Street Fighter 6, can you tell us a little bit more about localization, the different responsibilities, and what it's all about?
Obviously we do, translation in text, into the text and whatnot. But we also handle a lot of the voice direction for our games. On top of that, we also get involved a lot in the motion capture for the games. We also do a lot of stuff just to help the dev teams out in terms of diversity and culturalization and stuff like that. I do remember that Nakayama-san mentioned in an interview last time where we were he was talking about Kimberly in Street Fighter 6, and he had a lot of consultants working with him to get the design just right. He also talked to Capcom employees, and that's actually the localization team. He came to us and asked us for our feedback on not only Kimberly, but also, Lily and also DJ, to make sure that those characters are, in a good spot for fans. And, their designs are not only cool, but also, something that is going to be appealing to a worldwide audience.
Yeah, tell us, how you're involved in the game, how you kind of got started on the project. I know it's probably been a really long road for you. So just tell us about kind of your experience in the development.
Yeah, sure. It's been a very long time. It's been about 3 years, at least for me. I got started off because Nakayama-san asked me if I could help them out with with their prototyping. He wanted to, get me in early because he knows that I was a big fighting game fan. I know a lot of things that we should try to improve for not only just Street Fighter fans, but also for a newer audience that they're trying to, get with Street Fighter 6. He brought me on mainly for that, but also because they were going to be working on this new commentary system that was going to be a first for the series. So they asked me to come on early just to, get that sorted out so that we could have something, very natural for, the English-speaking audience that are going to use this commentary system.
So we're definitely going to hit on the real-time commentary feature later. But before that, what were some of your goals as a localization director for Street Fighter 6, and what do you hope fans come away with in terms of the story, characters, or just anything?
One of the goals that I told the director, Nakayama-san, this game has a huge legacy, long legacy. We need to give it the localization that it actually deserves. We need to make sure that this, people come away with this, the better understanding of all the characters, and the characters that they already love, they fall in love with them all over again. The other goal that I had was, because I knew that we were going to be working on World Tour mode, we had stuff like the modern controls to appeal to new users. We're trying to aim for a lot of new players to come in, and we had to make this as beginner friendly as possible. We're not going to be throwing a lot of FGC community terms in there. We're going to try to explain things in a very natural but easy to understand way. And also, like a lot of the, for example, like a lot of the attack names are still in Japanese, and Karen's super super art in Street Fighter V is just completely in Romaji. They just translated from Japanese to English without actually translating it. So no one actually ever said the name of her, attack. And I said, this is not something that you want. You want something that people can kind of attach to. They get attached to the name. And, especially with this new commentary system, we want people to kind of call out these attack names so that people get, this certain affinity for it and they start to grow attached to it. And that's kind of like the two basic goals, two high-level goals that I had for this localization.
Tell us a little bit more about the real-time commentary feature.
Like Amazon, when he approached me about this, I'll admit that I was very, very against the idea, to be honest with you, because I just heard this and I just thought, no, we can't do it. And it's not because I thought the idea was bad. I just kind of thought about it for about a couple of seconds, and I thought about the scope of this. I play a lot of sports games, so I know how they do the commentary in those games, and they always, spouse about, we recorded 50,000 lines. For Monster Hunter, we only recorded 5,000 lines. So making that huge jump in line count is just, a huge mountain to scale. So I was kind of taken aback. But I kind of settled down, and we did go with, the first person we did go with was Vicious. He's just, as a person, he's just super reliable. He's, he has a good attitude about everything. He's very good on the microphone. He's always looking to improve. I kind of made him he's all these things because he's kind of the Ryu of commentators. And then, if we're going to have a Ryu as a commentator, we need a Ken counterpart. And, there's no better counterpart to Vicious than Tasty Steve because they work together on Street Fighter League. They actually work very well together, but they also have their just completely contrasting styles too. Vicious is very much, he sounds very professional, even, when things get very excited in a match. But Tasty does not do that. He just goes nuts, right? And that's one of the things that I really wanted for these two choices.
Yeah, definitely a lot involved in that whole process, especially with the commentary system being a completely new thing for a Street Fighter game. Speaking of new things in Street Fighter 6, I do want to ask you about the World Tour mode and what it's like just helping craft a story mode for a Street Fighter game, and also a story mode where you can create your own character. What was that like? What was the experience like? Is there anything that was really challenging or memorable about the whole experience?
I mean, I think just the main challenging thing was just the scope of the whole mode is just gigantic. It's like a whole other game unto itself. In terms of just how much we had to translate and record, this is actually bigger than a typical Monster Hunter game by a good margin. So it was very big in scope. One of the things that was really a pleasure to hear was that the main scenario writer was actually the creator of the Breath of Fire series. He's also worked on Dragon's Dogma as well. So we kind of had this confidence that, okay, this story is going to be good. It's going to be solid. We're going to have a good solid base to work on. I think the one challenge was having to characterize so many new characters, returning characters. And so you don't really know how they're supposed to, talk, in terms of fully fleshed out characters. So we kind of had to conceptualize that on a basic level to make sure that we're getting something that's, different from all the other characters, but also really interesting at the same time.
It's always incredible just hearing all the behind the scenes stuff about World Tour, and we've talked a lot about this, but some of my favorite things that you guys did was the way Ryu texts you. Yeah. Amazing, hilarious, but also just the tiny things, how Li Fen says Jie to Chun Li, just to keep that culture in there. It's fantastic. So thank you so much for having so much of a detail-oriented approach to World Tour.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. This was awesome just to be able to hear about all this behind-the-scenes stuff in developing the game. Any closing comments for the Street Fighter and the Capcom fans out there that are getting ready for the showcase happening?
Yeah, I mean, Street Fighter 6 is out there. It's been released. We're still working on the game as always. I do want to hear, if anyone has any opinions about how the writing is and how the voices are. I've always been keeping track of that.
And again, Andrew, thanks for joining us, and to everybody for watching.
All right, that's going to do it for our pre-show. Thanks to everybody for joining us, and thanks to our guests, Alex, Andrew, and Clev, for joining us for all these segments. It was really great to talk to everybody and show off your content. We do want to mention there is going to be a post-show, so please stick around for that after the main show, but we're getting close. Andy, any parting words that you want to say?
Yeah, if you guys have been paying attention, we've been wearing these Capcom hoodies. If you guys want one yourself, go to the Capcom Amazon store. So with that, we'll see you guys later.
Like I told you, I'm gonna get you home safe. Okay, it's game time. I'm ready to die, rookie.
Exalt all the earth and let it be so. Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Capcom Showcase. Before we get started, we'd like to share that June 11th, 2023 marked Capcom's 40th anniversary. A big thanks to everyone for playing our games. It's thanks to our amazing fans that we can celebrate such a milestone. We look forward to creating many more games in the years to come, and we hope that you'll continue to enjoy them. Now it's time to show off our latest titles at the Capcom Showcase. Stay tuned until the end so you don't miss anything. Let's take a look at this video. traditional Japanese aesthetics come to life through the power of RE Engine. Experience a unique blend of strategy and action in this epic tale. A beautiful yet unsettling world of mystery awaits in Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. Coming to Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, Windows, PlayStation 5, and Steam. Mega Man X Dive Offline is coming to Steam, iOS, and Android. The Deep Log, which holds collected memories of the Mega Man X series, is under attack. Dive into cyberspace using Hunter programs to recover data before it's too late. Play as Mega Man X and other characters from the Mega Man franchise, including characters that haven't been playable before. Level up your favorite characters and equipment to create a powerful hunter. Power up your weapons and more to customize your character however you want. Mega Man X Dive Offline. Control and develop over 100 different characters. Play as a variety of characters, including new heroes created for Mega Man X Dive. Complete stages and use element medals to recover memory pieces. Then analyze recovered memories to unlock characters. There are more than 900 stages to play. Challenging mechanics and enemies await on classic and new stages. You're bound to clash with familiar bosses from the past. Build the ultimate hunter and save the Deep Log from total destruction. Mega Man X Dive Offline launches in 2023. Now, here's the Capcom Spotlight Corner.
A new era of fighting games is upon us. Street Fighter VI launched on June 2nd. It's already received an enthusiastic welcome from fighting game fans around the world. Street Fighter VI includes World Tour, an expansive single-player story mode. Fighting Ground, the core fighting game experience made even more accessible. And Battle Hub, a social space where players from around the world can compete and hang out. These are the game's 3 main modes. In addition, we're planning to release new fighters and content, so you can enjoy the game for a long time to come. Street Fighter VI is out now for PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, and Steam. Don't miss it. We also have an announcement for Capcom Pro Tour 2023. This year's Capcom Pro Tour will feature Street Fighter VI, the newest entry in the series. Players from around the world will compete in regional matches and battle to be this year's champion. To celebrate the launch of Street Fighter VI, this year we have our largest prize pool ever. The total prize pool for Capcom Pro Tour is over $2 million, with $1 million going to first place. Capcom Pro Tour 2023 will feature 3 types of tournaments: online premieres, offline premieres, and World Warrior. The winners of each tournament will advance to the World Finals at Capcom Cup 10. Stay tuned to see which player will crush the competition and take home this year's championship. Next, we have news about Street Fighter League Pro JP 2023. In Street Fighter League, the world's top players form teams of 4 and compete in official Capcom Team League matches. We have the largest number of teams ever. The opening match will be held on July 7th and will be streamed live on the Capcom Fighters JP channel on YouTube and Twitch. Don't forget about the Street Fighter League World Championship 2023. The US and European leagues will determine the teams that will go on to compete in the World Championship. Get up close and personal with Resident Evil 4 on PlayStation 5. The game's main story will be playable in VR with PlayStation VR 2. Thanks to the power of PlayStation VR 2, you'll be able to experience an even more immersive version of the game. Take aim as you fight to survive. RE4's cutting-edge knife action is a core part of the game, and the PlayStation VR 2 Sense controller makes parrying even more intuitive. Experience extreme survival horror firsthand. Resident Evil 4 VR mode is a free DLC exclusive to PlayStation VR 2.
Now on to the next game in today's lineup.
Up you go! Sorry, kiddo. We've still got a ways to go.
It's almost time for Ghost Trick. Here's the latest on the game.
Hello everyone, I'm Shu Takumi, the original creator of Ghost Trick. It's almost time for the game's release, and I can't wait for you to play it. But first, let's get started with this. The demo for Ghost Trick is available now for download. The story stars a lonely spirit named Cecil. In the course of solving his own murder, he will meet and change the lives of all sorts of people in all sorts of situations. Things may seem unrelated at first, but each person plays a vital role in Cecil's story. And together, their stories will lead him to one ultimate truth. So think of the demo as a doorway, inviting you into a great big mystery. It's been 30 years since we made the original game. And just like Cecil, I met many new people, and there were many miracles that occurred during its development. I have no doubt these experiences are what shaped Ghost Trick into the unforgettable game it is. To the team that lovingly ported this game, and all the fans who have shown so much love towards it, I'm so grateful to all of you. I am thrilled that through this rebirth, Ghost Trick will be available to so many more people around the world. Now, to wait for its release. And one more thing. I practiced very hard for 2 weeks for this appearance. So, should be me someday. It would make me very happy if it could speak in Japanese.
From the creator of the Ace Attorney series, Shu Takumi, this classic mystery game is being reborn. One night, a man named Sissel loses both his memory and his life. Using the powers of the dead, he tries to solve the mystery of his own death. The only clue he has is a red-headed detective. A night of mystery begins anew. A rookie detective, brimming with a sense of justice. She too is being targeted, and Sissel witnesses her death. Who was I? Why was I killed? Who killed me? And what does it mean that I was given these powers of the dead? Use the powers of the dead to possess and trick items. The controls are easy. Connect Sissel's glowing blue soul to the core of objects to possess them. Possess the tire. Possess the bowl. Possess the star ornament. You can then trick the objects you possess. Trick the guitar to play it. What will happen when you trick the cart? Trick the door to open it. Possessing and tricking objects will let you access new areas. Sissel can go back 4 minutes before someone's death. What happened before her murder? Those clues are hidden in the past. Follow past events in real time. The limit, however, is 4 minutes. Help people avoid near-death predicaments and change their fates. Sissel will face death in many forms. Changing their fates will change the story. And that story must be linked in some way to the mystery of Sissel's death. Ghost Trick, launching on June 30th, 2023. Demo version available now. Don't miss the pre-order bonuses. See the official website for details. Now on to the next game in today's lineup.
Objection!
In Ace Attorney, players serve as lawyers for the falsely accused. Battle for justice in the courtroom and uncover the truth. Now, the 4th, 5th, and 6th mainline Ace Attorney games are being brought together to share the story of Apollo Justice and his allies in the dark age of the law. On Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Windows, and Steam. The colorful characters and courtroom drama of each game have been relitigated in beautiful full HD. Available in 7 languages: Japanese, English, French, German, Korean, and traditional and simplified Chinese. We've also added voice recordings for the new languages. We're sure there's no objection to everything included in this collection. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy is currently in development for release in early 2024. Please look forward to more information about this collection in the future. Next, we have some Capcom news to share. This month marks Capcom's 40th anniversary. As part of the celebration, we've opened a digital theme park called Capcom Town. Take a stroll through the museum to view original artwork and other materials from various titles on display. You can even play a few of Capcom's beloved classics for free. Head on over to the castle to cast your vote in the Capcom elections. Participants will receive a special reward, so don't miss out. We can't wait for everyone to enjoy these attractions, along with the many other fun experiences we've prepared at A Capcom ID account is required to play Resident Evil RE-Verse, our new upcoming title Exoprimal, and to use the online features of Street Fighter 6. You can also use this account with other Capcom services and campaigns, such as a survey about today's Capcom Showcase. We'll release more titles and services compatible with Capcom ID soon. Register now for Capcom ID. Now for the latest on Exoprimal ahead of next month's launch.
Hello everyone, I'm Takudo Hideoka, the director of Exoprimal. I'm excited to share the latest Exoprimal news with you all. But first, let's check out this video.
Hello? Thought I heard activity on this frequency. Hello? My name is Garrett Siles.
Basically, the IB's godfather. He was responsible for the entire Exosuit project.
You know, Anchor Division, I assume?
Exosuits were developed right here.
I need exosuits. It's our only shot. We need access to the past. All my R&D is just waiting to be picked up back in 2040. Intact and hot off the presses. The access codes to override Leviathan. You can shut it down. The whole thing.
Heisel.
The fuel of the future.
All this time, Heisel is a side effect of time travel? Did they just juice it out of dead dinosaurs?
At least we know why dinosaurs bleed blood. Lozol. Unrefined Lozol in the blood. A Neosol. I mean, look at this. It's a walking glob of stuff.
This. We'll find a way out of here. All Anchor project files have serial numbers. Look for anything starting with 181. That's the project code for Leviathan's core.
Okay, Doc.
Oh, gentlemen, I didn't get your names.
Golos, the Hammerheads.
Well done. You fought desperately and survived. The perfect exosuit development project is nearing fruition. Activating Massacre Module, summoning Neo T-Rex Swarm.
This is all helping to make a better exosuit.
Good hunting, Ace. presenting my most exciting combat project, the Savage Gauntlet.
What did you think? That was a lot of new info. Before we dive in, I'd like to give a huge thanks to all the players who participated in the open beta test back in March. We were extremely pleased to have so many participants. Plus, you gave us a lot of invaluable feedback. We can't thank you enough. While only portions of the Dino Survival content were made available for the open beta test, today we'll be introducing more content included in the full game. Let's take a look at what you can expect when Exoprimal launches on July 14th. Let's start with the story. Ace, the game's protagonist, is transported to the year 2040 and forced to participate in a never-ending series of war games. The story unfolds as you play through Dino Survival, the game's main mode. Gathering intel to update the analysis map unravels the mysteries surrounding parallel worlds and the AI entity known as Leviathan. At times, players will also engage in special boss battles as part of the main story. Dino Survival mode will also change as the story progresses. You'll unlock new missions with a variety of objectives, including 10-player co-op, a multitude of dinosaurs to fight, and more maps. The game will also feature an assortment of unlockables and challenges. Modules can be used to enhance exosuits and modify active skills. These modules can be obtained by fulfilling certain conditions while you play the game. You can also personalize your appearance with a variety of cosmetics, such as exosuit skins, weapon skins, decals, and emotes. The game also features a special 5-player mission that changes weekly. Compete with squads from around the world for the fastest completion times, or by earning awards through achievements, like most damage block with a tank suit in battle. There are many ways to enjoy the game, even after completing the main story. We took your feedback into consideration as well. In the full version of Exoprimal, we plan to implement a mode where victory is determined by completing missions as quickly as possible, instead of direct combat with other players. We hope you look forward to that. Now, let's go over all the new info we just saw in the video. Who was that new face at the beginning? Meet Dr. Signs, the developer of the exosuits, and the head of Anchor Division, IBS's elite research group based on Bikitoa Island. The Stratovator, a space elevator that extends from the Anchor Division research facility into orbit, will also be a playable map. Incredible battles will unfold while exofighters and dinosaurs clash atop this massive space elevator. Players will even encounter dangerous mutations of dinosaurs, known as neosaurs, the most deadly among them being the Neo T-Rex. You'll need to work together with your team to stand a chance at taking them down. Oh no, is that a swarm of Neo T-Rexes? What are Leviathan's true intentions? Wait, what's the deal with this new exosuit? While it may look similar to Deadeye, this exosuit is a variant called Deadeye Alpha Burst Fire. Unlike the default Deadeye, this variant comes equipped with a weapon that can burst fire or be used as a shotgun, allowing exofighters to change their style of play. Exosuit variants, including Deadeye Alpha, will be added in a title update following the full version's release. At the end of the video, we revealed Savage Gauntlet, a mode that lets you take on special 5-player missions that change weekly. In this mode, players can enjoy a change of pace from Dino Survival by competing against exofighters from all over the world for the fastest completion time. More info about Exosuit variants and Savage Gauntlet will be revealed at the Xbox Games Showcase Extended. Be sure to tune in. And last but not least, we're excited to announce that we'll be holding a second open beta test. This time, we're including additional story-related missions, 10-player co-op missions, and other adjustments based on everyone's feedback. Check out the official website for dates and times. We hope you're all excited to try out this new content. Players will also receive a new reward for participating. Don't miss out. We'll continue to make adjustments to Exoprimal, leading up to the game's launch on July 14th. Thank you again for all the feedback. We look forward to seeing you in the second open beta test. That's all we have for you today. See you in the War Games. It's going to be a ton of fun.
Next up is the last title we'll be showing off today.
Hi everyone, my name is Hideaki Itsuno, and I'm the director of Dragon's Dogma 2. It's been over a year since we celebrated 10 years of Dragon's Dogma, and I can finally give you some more information about the new game. First, let's take a look at the trailer we revealed the other day.
From the dragon's flames.
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen?
Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign number one!
What did you think? The action RPG game Dragon's Dogma was released in 2012. Now, a decade later, I'm proud to share a look at the highly anticipated sequel, Dragon's Dogma 2. Today I want to talk about two characteristics that Dragon's Dogma 2 will inherit from its predecessor. First, Dragon's Dogma 2 will be a single-player game, but with pawns at your side, it will feel like co-op. And second, gameplay will feature action role-playing mechanics set in an open-world environment. In the Dragon's Dogma series, you embark on your adventures with pawns, otherworldly beings controlled by AI. Alongside the player-controlled Arisen, you can embark on your journey with a main pawn that can be customized to your liking, as well as up to 2 additional support pawns you can borrow from other players, to form a party of up to 4 characters. Pawns are controlled by the AI and are now capable of even more precise decisions than in the previous title, helping you in the midst of battle. They can also help guide you to new locations, or give you a high five following a successful battle. It really feels like playing in a party with other players. Dragon's Dogma 2 is built with the RE engine, resulting in a dense world woven with high graphical fidelity. You'll enjoy a world roughly 4 times the size of the original Dragon's Dogma, with more to experience than ever before. The characters and monsters that populate the world are given life thanks to the power of AI, and players will feel like they've been reborn in this vibrant fantasy world. You can look forward to a variety of vocations to choose from. Your vocation will shape your Arisen's role throughout the adventure. Will you take on enemies with swords? Magic? It's all up to you. We'll have much more to share in the future, but for now, I want to go over a few sections from the trailer that show what we've improved for Dragon's Dogma 2. This game is designed to enable players to take on situations in their own way. In addition to AI, advanced technology like immersive physics brings pawns, monsters, and NPCs to life. What would happen if you destroyed that bridge, or if you pulled that monster's leg? What other exciting possibilities can you think of? Meet 2 characters pivotal to the story that also appear in the game's key art. Ulrika, a bow wielder with a deep connection to the Arisen, and Nadinia, a high priestess of the Beast Ring, which appear in the series for the first time. What destiny awaits? How will they affect your fate? The intricate relationships and situations you will encounter in the game are sure to keep you on your toes. During your adventure, you will come across familiar monsters from the previous game, as well as new monsters such as Medusa. You can look forward to new player vocations and many new experiences unique to Dragon's Dogma 2. Please stay tuned for more information. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Beyond and hello, and what the hell was that?
Hi.
I'm not sure.
Can I take my microphone off?
It's okay. Welcome back. I'm Max Gova. Welcome to a very special Summer of Gaming edition of Podcast Beyond, IGN's weekly PlayStation show. We're going to break down everything huge, regardless of whether or not it's PlayStation exclusive that happened in that Capcom show. But don't worry, we're going to talk about other stuff. Thankfully, we're not expected to just talk about Capcom. But we are going to talk about Capcom. Here to help me break down all that stuff, I'm joined by Jada Griffin, Matt Kim, and Akeem Lewanson. Wow, that was kind of slim pickings right there.
I mean, well, Capcom, they're 40 years old now, and as someone that age, they're showing how out of touch they are with their audience, clearly, by giving us Capcom Town?
Captown.
Captown?
I think was it Captown?
Capcom Town.
Capcom Town.
Maybe it was Capcom Town.
It's a browser game you can go to celebrate 40 years of Capcom.
Yeah.
And that was maybe the biggest reveal in that.
No, we got Pragmata. That was probably.
But that's not. That was a delay announcement.
It wasn't.
World premiere delay.
They announced they revealed the delay.
Yeah, which was a very cute reveal. That was very funny.
Yes.
We actually put out the call on social media to tweet out your reactions with the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming. We're still checking those. Jada, what did we have to say? I think we had a comment about the.
Yeah, we got a couple of them. So, based on the reveal of the delay, we got Craig Anderson. That release date apology in the trailer was pretty funny. We had Steve at Scuba Steve 1219 said, with the hot streak Capcom is on, ignoring Exoprimal, it feels like they can delay this as much as they want and it'll still be a banger. This year and next are already stacked as it is. I do 100% agree. We are very stacked this year, so I think maybe there's not a lot of pressure on Capcom to put a lot lot of stuff out, especially since they're still taking a victory lap from Street Fighter 6 coming out and doing so well.
Yeah, and RE4.
And RE4, yeah.
But again, I just feel like having they didn't have this. They announced this super late. It just feels like kind of, yeah, kind of unnecessary information. Like, it almost just kind of like muddied the waters in terms of things to look forward to. And we were joking like, oh, they're going to show us Dino Crisis. Please show Dino Crisis. Show us. I was thinking we'd get like an RE9 tease or something. Like,
I was hoping for that.
Devil May Cry 6, something like that.
Yeah, Devil May Cry 6 was the top of my bingo card. Monster Hunter World 2 was what I was really hoping, because they're just winding down development on Monster Hunter Rise and Sunbreak. It's a perfect time to be like, hey, Monster Hunter World 2 is in production, but no.
Yeah, when you surprise announce a showcase following the events of this weekend, you presume that it's because, hey, we want to get in on the action. We also have big news that we want to drop during this time where everybody's being hyped up for things. And you kind of feel like it's not just a superfluous sort of like, hey, remember these games that we've already announced like 2 months ago?
And a lot of these trailers were just rehashed from stuff we saw at the PlayStation conference or saw at the Xbox conference. Like, we've seen a lot of the footage here. Yeah. So like, I was kind of like, it was like they lost their homework in the mail. They mailed it to LA to get here, and it got lost. And they're like, well, let's just use the homework from last week.
I don't get it. But yeah, we did get the Dragon's Dogma 2 reveal at the PlayStation Showcase, which I'm extremely excited for. Like, all due respect, like that game. Loved the first one. Very excited to play the second one because it looks gorgeous. But this just feels like kind of a wonky. Like, they showed us the trailer we already seen, gave us a little more insight on the gameplay, but with the same gameplay we'd already seen mostly. Like, it's just one of those things where you have to keep track of what's actually new and being shown off.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like, we're really excited to announce that this is an open world action RPG that has physics and a pawn system. And it's like, yeah, man, I knew that from the title. It was in the first one, and you put a 2 after it. It's just sort of assumed as much. You know?
It even has support pawns, which is interesting.
Human bones that move on their own.
All roads lead to Grand Sororin.
Master Harpies. I'm actually really excited. I hope they don't nerf the pawn dialogue, because that is one of the funniest things in that game. I think they did actually have to make them shut up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it looks gorgeous. I mean, I'm excited to jump in here and character creation and all that.
Exactly. I'm very excited for Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm upset that I didn't get new stuff. I was hoping to have some new things to like rewatch the trailer over and over again and be like, oh my goodness, look at that. That is a really cool, that's one of the new vocations. That's one of the new jobs. That's one of the new spells.
It was a lot of reused footage in everything that we saw today coming out of Dragon's Dogma 2. Like, we saw this at the PlayStation Showcase for the most part. We were excited then. They didn't show us anything to like get us even more excited.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of confirmed things that we assumed. We were like, we gotta do a post show for Capcom, and I'm really glad we also have other stuff to talk about. We're also gonna talk about Ubisoft and all that. But one big thing that we got during this sort of summer gaming stretch was the reveal of Path of the Goddess, which got shown off first at the Xbox Showcase. Brand new IP. I saw a few people kind of scratching their heads and being like, Onimusha when it first popped up.
Yeah.
And it's got, Jada, what did you think of this?
Yeah, no, I think Path of the Goddess looks really great. I think they want to do some more demonic stuff, but they're not ready to bring Onimusha back. So this is kind of their half and half way of doing it. It's also, we were talking a little bit during the show, it's got a little bit of Okami elements into it, where it's kind of like moving and things are popping up behind you. And so, people love Okami. So I don't know. I need to see a little bit more of this one, because I'm still not really sure what it's all about. But I don't know. It looks interesting. It's definitely got me intrigued, and I'm gonna check it out as we get more details. But it's still a long way from selling me on being like a day one buy.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we've gotten a lot of games that kind of, have this aesthetic recently. What was the
Monster Hunter Rise kind of went this kind of aesthetic as well.
Monster Hunter Rise, Wild Hearts.
Yep.
I feel like Wolong Fallen Dynasty a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's cool yokai and monsters and stuff. This is one of those sort of shotgun blasts of sort of snippets of gameplay, which is it looks like gameplay for the most part. Maybe a little cutscene in there, but it's also so kind of scattered that you're like, what do you do? Like, I would almost have taken like a stylized cinematic trailer that kind of establishes what this universe is, and then a little sort of a gameplay overview. But yeah, I mean, it's got some creepy monsters and stuff.
This is the one I would have liked to see. It had that gameplay breakdown instead of Dragon's Dogma, where they telling us the same. This is the one I would have liked to have the breakdown on, because I would have gotten actually new information about this game, and it would have answered questions that I had.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you can't win them all. Capcom is they're on a victory lap, like I said earlier.
Expecting some kind of a showcase?
I know, man. maybe some cake.
Well, I think Capcom just really wanted to be a part of the action. You know, we have Summer Game Fest happening right now. We're doing our Summer of Gaming, so I feel like they just really wanted to be part of the action. So they hodgepodged the thing together. They spent a long time on a Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, which was I tried so hard not to fall asleep during that.
Yeah, with all due respect, Ghost Trick is great, but also it's a game that already came out.
Yeah.
Like it's a sort of a known quantity, and it's coming out really soon. Like I kind of always, this is like a thing during sort of E3 showcase presentation type things that have always kind of bugged me, where it's something that is totally it's a known quantity. It's coming out so soon, and they always come try to remind people that it's happening. And we're of course we very nose down on this and pay close attention when everything's happening. But showing off this and like Exoprimal, it's like. You just maybe just do like a dedicated thing just to that, like do like a launch day stream. I don't know.
It's good. Like I'm very happy. It's and I'm sure a lot of game preservationists are gonna be very happy that we're gonna get this one. We're getting the Ace Attorney Apollo trilogy that's coming out. That looks really cool to be able to replay those on modern consoles. That they're no longer locked on the handhelds. So like, all in all, they did show a lot of stuff that people are going to be interested in, but it's not the showcase material that we were hoping for.
I think even then, right, like Ghost Trick is also still going to be a digital-only release along with Apollo Justice, Like, if you're going to spend that much time on Ghost Trick, and it seems like it's a game that Capcom really cares about to get people to play, they should announce like a special collector's edition at their fancy showcase,
Yeah. I would love to get that red suit, that fancy red suit comes with it.
I really appreciate that this has a Pomeranian dog in it. See, there's the Pomeranian dog. That's a good dog. I have a Pomeranian dog myself. I can attest. They're great. It's like this and Tokyo Jungle, some of the best Pomeranian dogs in games.
You gonna dress Peppers up like that for Halloween?
I think that would involve spray painting him, which is frowned upon.
You actually should do
You can't
Ghost Trick character
you want me
for
to
Halloween.
bleach my dog? I'm not doing it. It's a terrible idea. Exoprimal. Also something we sort of touched on. It's Jada, you're actually kind of interested in this, right?
Yeah, I got some hands-on time with Exoprimal, with some of the devs and stuff ways back, and I think it's a great game. I think it's not getting it's not being shown off in the way that most people are expecting it to be shown off, or needs to be shown off for people to be hyped on this game. But it's got a really cool blend of PvE, VP. So most of the time, most of the matches you're playing against, just AI dinosaurs that are funneling through portals, and just what they do. They just fall out of portals on top of each other. And the physics of it is great. You see them literally tripping on each other as they fall down from the sky. And then once you get to the tail end of most of the matches, you're competing against another team in kind of like an escort push match. And now this is just one of the modes that I got to play. Like there's multiple different modes, so this isn't all of them aren't the same, but you can, at that point, when you're both pushing like this payload, you're fighting against each other and you're shooting the other team's payload, which stops it from moving. So you have to choose, like, am I targeting the payload? Am I targeting the enemies that are shooting our payload or shooting us? Am I targeting the person who just transformed into a dinosaur and is now trying to destroy us? Because my team at one round got wiped because we went through a choke point in the map, and they came through as a Triceratops and just did a little belly roll through the whole
so cool.
chokehold and wiped our whole team. It was a masterful play. I was very upset. We still won, and I MVP'd the round, but it was very.
I really appreciate how just wackadoo video gamey this is. Like
It is.
It's like, why are the dinosaurs coming out of portals in the sky? Shut up, just shoot them.
I mean, these are also the creators of Dead Rising, where we have like hordes of zombies just running at you. So I mean, like this is like within their wheelhouse to make a game where just like a bunch of raptors are just jumping out of a portal coming at you. I'm also interested in this too. One of the things though that caught me off guard, I saw the redhead right there. I immediately thought of Regina from Dino Crisis. I'm pretty sure a lot of people watching in the comments, y'all were like, oh, is that Regina? Oh, we're getting Dino Crisis. Nope, it's just a switcheroo. Capcom, they know what they're doing. They're not going to give us Dino Crisis because we got Exoprimal at home.
Yeah.
Not yet, coming soon.
Right.
Next month.
I feel like it's going to be a while before we get a proper Dino Crisis remake. I think they got enough Resident Evils to probably.
I think they're testing some stuff, testing some physics with the dinosaurs.
Making sure they can fall out of the sky properly.
Yeah.
How many of them can we pile up? How much of a crisis can these dinosaurs really be? Yeah.
Existential crises for the dinosaurs.
But yeah, speaking survival horror, we got a very quick snippet of RE4 VR.
Yes, Resident Evil 4 VR, which I'm super excited about. I mean, I was excited about it when we saw it during the show, the PlayStation Showcase. I don't think they showed us any new footage. I think that was the same exact footage that we saw. Like, I mean, I combed through that footage after it dropped for the PSVR 2, or after that footage dropped, however many weeks ago at the PlayStation Showcase. I'm excited for this, but it still looks, I don't know, like it looks kind of wonky a little bit. Like, you know, looking at the arms there, I don't know. It doesn't look as fluid and smooth as the arm, as the movement in Resident Evil 4 Village VR.
You think so?
No, not Resident Evil. Not 4 Village. Resident Evil Village VR.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
combining two
is
different
because that was by design first person.
Yeah.
You really spend a lot of time looking at Ethan's hands and how horribly they get injured in that game.
They're building it from the ground up, which is amazing. I mean, this is it's not going to be an easy feat. So I know it's going to be some time till we get this.
This is kind of cool. I mean, it's funny because we've gotten the first-person games flipped into third person, and we've gotten this. We've already seen this in VR once with the Meta Quest version. Yeah, man, I'm into it, but also it looks, I'm not gonna, it's too scary, you know? So you're looking forward to it. What part are you dreading the worst?
Are you kidding me? The chainsaw man coming at me and I gotta like block him with either my gun or my knife?
He's funny though.
You just hit the parry button at the right time.
I don't know how easy it's gonna be in VR. I'm not sure about this. Like, look at that. That in your face right there.
I think it's scary that he's a doctor, you know? Like, canonically, he's a doctor of what? I don't know. Where to get the chainsaw? It's weird.
Doctor of Pain.
Yeah, I don't know.
Of chain. Saw. Yeah, there you go.
No, I dreaded the Verdugo in the the first VR one they did, and I proceeded to not play that far into it because I didn't want to deal with him. And the Verdugo really just gives me the panics. Like, I really don't. That guy comes out of the ceiling. You gotta freeze him like he's a mole you want to take off. It's just very bad times.
I'm not looking forward to the axes being thrown at me and them screaming obscenities at me that I don't understand.
I'm afraid, my only fear is that I'm going to swing to block the axe and I'm going to hit somebody as they walk through my living room. That's what I'm most afraid of.
An actual walker.
An actual walker, yes.
Yeah, that seems like it could be tricky. I don't know. It's interesting though because there were enough new mechanics in the remake that this could be a very different experience compared to the previous VR one we saw. Anyway, we've got tons more to talk about, including grading all of the shows over the last few days. I think some of them that we might have to see us after class. We're also going to talk about everything we saw from a PlayStation perspective. Stick around. Summer of Gaming continues right after this.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by the United States Air Force. The call to serve can come from anywhere.
from providing and sustaining security to humanitarian assistance in the event of disasters, and the U.S. Air Force is prepared to answer. And in 2023, the Air Force is hiring over 26,000 new airmen and has over 200 career opportunities. To learn more, visit airforce.com.
Welcome back. This is a very special IGN Summer of Gaming episode of Podcast Beyond. This is a weekly PlayStation show. We do it every week normally, but we're doing kind of a special, kind of a post-mortem after the Capcom thing, which, to be honest, maybe not the best showing we've had over these past few weeks of big game stuff. So I figured we could kind of go over all of them and talk about, what grade would we give these showcases? Strictly speaking, as someone who has a PlayStation in their home and likes to play games on it.
Yeah.
Let's start with Capcom. Akeem, what are you thinking?
If I'm gonna give it a grade, I honestly was not impressed with Capcom's showing at all.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but if I had to pick one game that I am excited for, I already talked about it.
Exoprimal, you can't get enough of Exoprimal.
Yeah, Exoprimal, yeah, that's the one. I have an obsession with dinosaurs and just can't get enough of it. So, but no, it would definitely, as someone who bought the PSVR 2 day one, I'm looking for more games on it, and I feel like Capcom is like one of the only real third-party AAA game studios out there that's actually trying to do something with it.
No, I agree.
So I'm looking at Resident Evil 4 VR.
Before we swap off, would you play Exoprimal in VR?
100%, yeah.
Okay.
I feel like that would actually, that would kind of
move
move the needle. Matt, what were you thinking? What grade would you give the Capcom Showcase? And what was its sort of redeeming quality?
I mean, as a PlayStation vendor, like those games are coming to PlayStation, in that like technical sense, like a B. But in terms of like the show itself, right? like a C. I want to play this by the rules. There are a lot of PlayStation games on the Capcom show that I do want to play, but as a show itself, I did not come away super impressed. So C+.
Okay, Jada.
C-. Yeah, I mean, so Dragon's Dogma is going to be the big one for me out of this showcase. Even though we got no new footage and a little bit of new information, I'm still very hyped for Dragon's Dogma 2. It does so many cool things with its world and its characters and its NPCs and its pawns. It does really cool stuff with that, and I really am looking forward to trying out all the new vocations and abilities and everything like that. And I really think they have a chance to really establish Dragon's Dogma as more than a cult following for a more niche audience. I think it can be really more mainstream.
I understand their reasoning to sort of have to reiterate what it is, because the first one wasn't, it didn't, exactly.
I mean, it's PS3 in the original release. It's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a massive hit, or we probably would have gotten a 2 sooner.
Yeah.
So I get why they need to be like, here's what it is, in case you didn't know, because some people don't know. But also, because it is sort of a known quantity for anyone who did play it, I think a straight chunk of gameplay might be nice, like a gameplay overview where they're just like, all right, you play as this, here's the systems that work. Because jumping around like this is like, it's exactly between like giving you a clear idea of what the game is and the cinematic thing. And it's nice to see some in-engine, actual gameplay stuff, but it's messy, Like it's not like it's neither here nor there.
How about you, Max? What are you giving it?
Incomplete.
Incomplete.
Did it feel incomplete?
Capcom's getting a note sent home to their parents over this one. This was just, we're like, oh, well, they announced this late. They must have something to do. And it's like, this, what?
Yeah. I mean, so I also get it. Like, Summer of Gaming, our whole thing, there's so many more eyeballs on this than maybe just a PlayStation showcase on its own. So it makes sense for them to reuse some stuff, and, it's easier to, turn in your homework a second time than to, do a whole new piece of artwork.
I mean, this is the instance where I would have actually accepted some of those, I think the last time I did one of these, they announced that, was it Village was getting DLC, which it eventually got. One of those, they were like, we're excited to announce it's in the works, and everyone's like, hey, cool, great, and it was just text. Like, it was totally phoned in, but maybe they could have done that, maybe they could have had something like that to show us. But yeah, moving backwards, let's go back way to the beginning. Let's go back to the PlayStation Showcase, because that was kind of what kicked things off for the summer gaming stuff. And I don't know, I feel like we were pretty hyped on it when it first started. And I kind of think a lot of people cooled off on it.
I mean, I got to go back and rewatch it later, and my excitement definitely tempered from it. I went from like, oh, this is kind of like, I think I said at the end of the showcase day of, I was like, this is like a 9, like a high 8, low 9. And then I came back and rewatched it. It's like, it's kind of like a B-, like a high 7, low 8.
So you were caught up in the moment is what you're saying.
I was caught up in the moment, yes. I love games. I love games.
Yeah,
and I will not apologize for getting hyped about games that I love.
Yeah.
I got Final Fantasy. They showed off Dragon's Dogma that day.
Yeah.
We got Foam Stars. Akeem,
Foam
I know
Stars.
you're hyped for Foam
Yes,
Stars.
I don't think we gave it a 9. We gave it a foam out of 10.
We did give it a foam. Yeah, we foamed it in.
Yeah.
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 Whatever number that is.
You decide what number it is. Tell me in chat. I'm watching chat. Tell me what number foam is out of 10. Y'all in chat, tell me.
Weird question, but
I don't
sure.
know.
Matt, what did you think of the PlayStation Showcase?
It's called Engaged.
I know that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was fun. It was all right. It was a perfectly good showcase.
The hot takes right here.
F stands for fine.
F stands for fine. It
Okay.
was a foam out of 10, which is a fine.
Fine out of, yeah, okay.
No, again, yeah, Dragon's Dogma, Spider-Man 2, things that you would expect. No major surprises, because the surprise for Spider-Man 2, the release date came later.
Yeah.
So
That was weird. Yeah, again, we'll get to that. That was in the Summer Game Fest. It's like this is we're all kind of dancing on E3's grave right now, but it sort of feels like people are figuring out exactly what everyone's doing. You know, it's pretty scattered. The thing that was the biggest surprise from the PlayStation Showcase, in hindsight, is that they didn't show off any first-party PSVR 2 games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very upset about that.
They talked about some, I believe, but they didn't show any.
Yeah, I mean they
They showed a few PSVR 2 games, but it wasn't. It was a lot of shooters. We also got the Five Nights at Freddy's VR
Help
game.
wanted to, yeah.
Yeah, but it was nothing that was impressive.
There was nothing substantial.
No, not at all. So I mean, I would definitely docket points for that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we did get a look at Spider-Man, and then we did get I would say one of the big highlights of Summer Game Fest was the release date. You know,
I thought you were going to say Snake Eater.
Oh, Snake Eater.
Snake Eater remake. Did you just forget that was a thing?
Well, here's the thing. I don't quite believe it's a thing yet. You know? I also the more I think about this, the more it annoys me. But to get a big cinematic reveal trailer for a remake of something is kind of cheap, kind of gross, you know, because we know what the game looks like. Just show us the before and after kind of thing.
And we know Kojima's not involved, so that means there's obviously going to be some changes. And we've learned since then that they're reusing some of the old voice lines. That they're not recording
all of the voice lines.
They're all the voice lines. Yeah, they're not recording. Yeah, they're
Which
using
is
all the old
weird
ones.
Because the first thing we saw about this was the voice actors who sings the theme song leaking it. So I guess they re-recorded the theme, but not the
We at the Xbox Game Showcase, we also got Persona 3 Reload.
Yep.
I was just about to say, yeah, we got
freaking
three,
amazing.
well, 2.5. Which I guess that could be sort of the half game. But then there's also Metaphor Refantasia, which is, we were watching that, we're like, is this Persona? Is this,
It's amazing.
Shin Megami Tensei?
I mean, it's by the same people.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It looks amazing, and I feel like anyone that is a fan of the Persona series is going to feel right at home with this new IP.
Mm-hmm.
I was already sold. I was already bought in once I saw the reveal. I want that game. I think the Xbox Showcase is like the standard. I think that's what we want when we're thinking about these showcases and these forwards. I want it to be game heavy. I want to get surprises. I want it front loaded. I want it back loaded. I want a little bit of the nonsense in the middle. I just want it to be solid, and that's what this was. The Xbox Showcase was a solid A.
It was really, really good. It's also interesting because we see Sega really pushing stuff on the Xbox front because they're really trying to make people realize that these previously PlayStation exclusive platform or series, Persona and Yakuza, are both on other platforms as well, which is cool. Now let's go through this pretty quick. What do we think of Summer Game Fest? We're gonna have to kind of speedrun this, but Jada?
Ooh, Summer Game Fest, solid, but I don't know. I didn't see anything that really was major for me personally. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna pass. Go ahead. Somebody else. That's where I was with it.
Started strong, petered out towards the end, I think.
Yeah.
I thought it was good. You got Nick Cage, coming out there, just being very eccentric and just wowing the audience with his presence. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Yeah.
He was definitely more stage presence than some of what we saw at Ubisoft earlier today. That was weird. I will say the one thing Capcom really did impressively was, I think, made us forget about what was going on with Ubisoft. And Ubisoft ended really strong with the Star Wars Outlaws gameplay reveal. That was cool.
Yeah.
Getting more details in Avatar, also very good. But I keep wanting to call it Sea of Thieves. Skull and Bones, which has been delayed, 6 times? That game keeps getting kicked down the road. It was supposed to be out by now.
Yeah.
It's okay. You could show the Star Wars gameplay because it's actually fun to look at. I don't know, 5 dudes on stage singing a sea shanty while one of the beatboxes, I would say less so. That was a weird way to promote something that people were expecting to be playing by now.
Yeah, they're extremely late on that TikTok trend, too. I don't know why they thought of that.
Yeah. No, that's mixed feelings on that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, again, Summer of Gaming kind of scattered out, but I'm glad we're getting this stuff as opposed to just kind of radio silence.
Yeah.
That said, we do have more stuff coming up. We're going to talk more about some of the mini games that are coming to PlayStation that we're excited about. We'll be back in just a moment to talk about all that. Stick around.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime, anywhere.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. We've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that. You may.
I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and we are talking about all sorts of cool stuff related to summer game stuff that also relates to PlayStation and the many different showcases. I like that even good games even got revealed on the Xbox show that you can play on your PlayStation because, I don't know, maybe exclusivity is a cool idea, but it's also fun when more people play games.
Yeah.
One series that historically used to be PlayStation exclusive, but has more recently kind of opened up is Yakuza, or as how it's been renamed, Like a Dragon. The most recent sort of, I guess, mainline entry was Yakuza Like a Dragon, or Like a Dragon, yeah, the one with Ichiban Kasuga. And we got a sequel to that, which is Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, which is maybe my favorite reveal trailer in recent memory,
100%.
because it's basically just an Austin Powers joke that they just draw out. But like, think of how many game reveals we get that are either like just overly serious, dramatic cinematics, or they're like, I don't know, like it's just a bunch of, people fighting or whatever. This is just a nude man being confused for like a solid, 2 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they're like, here's the logo. And it's like, I feel like that says a lot about how good that first game is, that they can totally do that, and it's totally earned, and I applaud them for doing it. Not enough butts in reveal trailers.
I was fascinated by this because I just couldn't believe there were so many NPCs just acting like NPCs and not really noticing him right off the top.
That's pretty on brand, though.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised he didn't notice it right off the
Right,
top.
yeah.
Like I would have known right away.
Yeah, I feel like I know when there's clothes on my body.
To be fair, though, if I was at the beach, unless it was in my direct purview, my direct view of what I can see, if I see if I happen to like look over and there's a naked person, I'm just gonna kind of let them do their own thing. I'm not gonna draw attention to myself because that may make them think that I want to talk to them.
Yeah. Well, that dude's like, he's like all for it. The one guy laying down.
That's true. That's true.
So I'm thinking this is, what do you think? Hawaii?
Hawaii.
They got lays there. Yeah. So that checks out. I'm okay. So the weird thing here is that this is now, I think this is now like the mainline Yakuza series basically, and it's weird because it also historically beat 'em up. Franchise is now turn-based. It's a turn-based, JRPG, which is also weirdly meta about how much of a JRPG it is. Early 2020. I'm really also kind of relieved that that's not this year.
Yeah.
Because there's enough
so
going
many
on,
games to
a lot
play
of
right
stuff
now.
happening.
So I'm so curious. I know, Max, you've been playing these games for a very long time. What do you think? I mean, do we know anything about this more than him being like a naked guy?
So
Anything more than
like
this?
the last game.
Like, how does he end up on this beach?
The last game ended up with him like in a garbage, or it started with him in a garbage can. Like he basically, I think he just got knocked out and dumped in a different city, and then.
That's my guess.
Yeah.
Maybe he was on a boat trip.
I think he's gonna get real drunk and wind up on a boat, and then probably on a beach.
That makes sense. That tracks.
The thing that's really funny about this, though, this was the first game since the original Yakuza that had an English voice track. It was really good. They did a really good job with the dub, and I'm usually not the kind of person who says that. And it's interesting because we have him speaking Japanese and we have her speaking English, and I'm wondering if it's going to be, like, if you want to play it dubbed, is it going to be flipped, where like all the Americans are speaking Japanese? Weird thought, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm actually really relieved that it's a new setting, because my I guess biggest gripe with the Yakuza games is they typically just kind of revisit Kamurocho, which is the main area. This isn't the only Yakuza game we got either. There's also the Man Who Lost His Name, which is the next adventure of Kiryu, but he's going by Joryu now. Yeah. And I don't know, I heard some people have mixed feelings about that because he had his big farewell swan song, and now they're, just when he thought he got out, they're pulling him back in. Yeah, anyway, let's talk Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about this a fair amount. We're probably going to continue talking about it. What did we learn from the Summer Games Fest? We get the release date.
We got the release date, and we learned that Venom is not going to be Eddie Brock.
But who is he?
I mean, if you remember playing the original, there was a post-credit scene after you finished the game that showed Harry, I believe, in a tank. if I remember correctly. It's been a couple of years since I played that. It's on my.
Am I taking crazy pills? I thought that the ending of Spider-Man 1 was pretty clear cut. Like it was Harry
What if
Osborn
it's a
in a
misdirect?
In a tank, right? Yeah.
But I mean, symbiote on it.
That's sort of the thing about Venom is that it's, you know, I guess Venom is the symbiote, or I mean, it's the symbiote and whoever, you know, they're got the stuff on there. I mean, that's Spider-Man in the black costume.
Yeah.
Anyway, my point is that, like, you know, Venom starts out on Spider-Man and then winds up, and since then in the, you know, the comics, there's like a whole symbiote planet and galaxy or whatever, and they're all over the place, and you know, different characters wind up with the stuff on them. So really, it's kind of fair game to do whatever. Doing a sort of Venom Green Goblin hybrid is an interesting idea.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, they were definitely being coy at Summer Game Fest. What was it, Summer Game Fest, where they were having a conversation about we're telling an original story with them.
Yes.
I think it's fairly obvious that it's going to be Harry Osborn. I mean, like, if you've played the previous games, like, you know, I feel like that's the obvious choice.
Yeah.
I can't see who else it could possibly be.
Maybe it's a janitor comes by. He accidentally hits the glass with his broom, and then
A janitor just comes by.
Comes by, and the symbiote wraps onto him.
Clean up this garbage here. Oh no.
He's got a you know, big beef with the city because now he feels like he's got to clean the whole city.
At the very least, it's A. Osborn.
That's just the Toxic Avenger story. That's
yeah. I mean, one of the Osborns possibly.
Yeah. An Osborn.
Yeah, no, this game is awesome. I'm really excited to play it. There's certain games that have kind of come out of this whole summer thing where I'm just like, yep, let me get it. Come on, that's it. That's fine. That's all. I'm good. Alan Wake 2. Let's talk about that.
I'm hyped on Alan Wake 2. It looks so good. Nice little suspense horror. Got some great elements to it. I like we're getting a new character to play as. It's going to give like a more combat-oriented gameplay. Is what it looks like. I mean, she's an FBI agent, so she's got more training than Alan Wake has as a novelist.
Yeah.
So it's going to be exciting to see what her gameplay looks like and how it differs from when you're playing as Alan Wake. So
Alan Wake's the reverse of what you were talking about earlier about how, like, you know, Yakuza and Persona are like historically PlayStation games that are on Xbox.
Yes.
Alan Wake is a historically known Xbox quantity, and now it's being shown off like, hey, you can play this on PlayStation.
And the remaster was cross-platform, right? Yeah. Yeah. That must have been kind of a sticky situation for Remedy to figure out, because it's, you know, that was Microsoft Studios published it, and now Epic's publishing it, but it's not running on Unreal, which is a whole thing. I'm into it though. I never played the original, and I'm.
Well, fortunately, I mean, like, based upon what they said, like, we don't necessarily have to. You don't have to have played the original in order to enjoy Alan Wake 2. So, yeah, I mean, I really want to just jump into this game. Like the creature designs were just amazing. Like the tone of this game.
You're gonna have 3 days to do that, and then you have to play Spider-Man.
Yep.
Okay.
Rules.
Right.
I'm really hoping that we also get a cameo or an element from Control, because they have the Alan Wake DLC that was for Control. So I'm really hoping. I believe her name was Jessie, was the main character in Control. I really hope she gets to come over and we get to see some of that. Maybe some Hiss kind of coming over, some Hiss Control humans, as they call them. Yeah, that's what the enemies are called.
Humans?
Hiss.
Oh, Hiss.
Hiss.
I played Control. I beat it. I cannot think of a game, and I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
I cannot think of a game that I forgot more of in terms of lore. Like, I remember the moment to moment really well. I remember that
the janitor that just kept
with his Walkman.
So like, yeah,
it was cool. There's all the weird hotel stuff. You got to wake up in the motel a bunch.
Yep.
Yeah. I remember the game. I like playing it. It's amazing. If you put a gun to my head and you were like, "What's the main character's name?" I'd be like, "I don't remember."
I want Remedy to make they should make like an X-Men Jean Grey game, because I felt like I was like Jean Grey, just like manipulating, floating through the sky, and it's like that.
Right.
Like
well, who knows? I mean, maybe after Insomniac's Wolverine, we'll get a Jean Grey game.
Or Magneto, either one.
Honestly, I feel like Jean Grey has died and come back more than most video game characters. So, anyway, let's go down and let's go over most anticipated. Akeem, what's your most anticipated from anything shown up?
From any? Oh my goodness! I mean, like, if we're talking about just in general,
say a game.
Baby Steps was so good.
Oh my goodness, yes! I love
Baby Steps.
Looks
amazing. I mean, I love quirky games like that, so I feel like I'd be right at home playing that, especially as someone who does like to, you know, make content on YouTube. That's also like the perfect streaming game. Like, if you're a Twitch streamer, if you're a YouTuber, I feel like that's like the perfect game to kind of like stream, because there's going to be various different moments of you just being frustrated because you're trying to navigate this 30-something-year-old man who decides to leave his parents' basement and explore the world for the first time.
The official description is you play as Nate, who is an unemployed fail son with nothing going for him.
He's a failed son.
No, fail son. One word.
Fail son.
Fail son.
Oh, fail son. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that was from the Devolver.
Devolver's
That honestly,
so quirky.
That honestly was the best trailer out of the entire day for me.
Yeah.
I think Baby Steps had the setup and everything was just great. It was just ludicrous. Like, it was just all over the place, and I was like, yes, this is what I want.
He gets teleported, and then he has to take
teleported,
his and it's the creators of Ape Out, and it's Bennett Foddy who made Quap. And what is it called? Getting Over It?
Getting Over It.
Yeah.
He's like his entire, you know how like Kojima makes games that wants to be movies or whatever, and then we go like Bennett Foddy just wants to mess with you. Like, that's his entire like MO as a game designer. Very cool guy. I hope it's like slightly more playable than some of his other stuff, you know, because there's a whole part where he finds this stack of rocks. And then the guy just yells at him, and it's like definitely.
He kicks it over. He tries to pick it up with his feet. And kicks it over, and the guy gets upset with him.
Probably
but I love that because it shows you that there's a story to this, though.
Yeah.
There's a story. You know, the story element. So
the sliding down the hill and just.
Yeah. No, this
great.
Looks very fun. Very very stupid. Matt, what about you? What's your most anticipated?
I'm gonna go for a low-hanging fruit and just say metaphor. What was the subtitle? Refantasio?
From the creators of
Danzio.
the Persona series.
Yeah. I mean, you remember the trailer? Like how beautiful it was.
Yeah.
Like that was gameplay. We got menu design, which I don't get excited by menus very often, right? But they showed the menu for this one, and it looked gorgeous, and I just kind of want to look at it some more.
I don't think it was as cool as Persona 5. I feel like Persona 5 set such a high bar for like what you can do with text in a game, and this. I don't know.
It's got that painterly art style.
They got like serif fonts. There's no, it's bespoke graffiti or whatever.
I'm a fan. And they're doing that thing where like none of the reports are saying it's an Xbox exclusive, but it's advertised closely with that platform. But I feel like it's one of those things that like they're not confirming via omission. Not saying it's not coming to PlayStation. You know. So yeah, I'm gonna assume that it will be multi-platform until I hear otherwise, which I haven't so far.
Cool, that's always good. Yeah, this looks gorgeous. I'm wondering if this means that Persona 6 is a longer ways off.
It's gotta be. I think this is like the main thing because this was teased like 5 years ago by Atlas, like in a real like underhanded way, like an understated way, and I'm pretty sure this is considered their big main project.
Yeah,
post P5.
Persona fans eating good.
Yeah,
they got a lot going on. Yep. Were you guys surprised by Persona 3 getting a remake? Do you think that was exciting? The thing that has leaked more times than any game in recent memory?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to be surprised when it's like you've seen it leaked so many times. So, but I'm happy that we finally got the official word that we know it's a thing that we will soon get. And so yeah, no, I'm happy that Persona 3 because like that was my first Persona game.
Oh yeah.
You know, and I loved it ever since. I loved the franchise ever since. So yeah.
Really, you didn't start with Persona 2 Innocent Sin that was only available on a PSP digital download?
No.
I did.
All right, now, real quick, Jada, Remnant 2, you were talking about that earlier?
I'm going to do Remnant 2. I think that's one of my big ones. I really loved playing the first one co-op with my partner, and it's a Souls-like with guns and different cool abilities, and it kind of changed depending on when you load it up, and Remnant 2 is taking all of that to the next level, new classes, new abilities. The developers said that every time you play it, it's going to be different because you may go to, like, say, a forest in one time and fight one boss, but then the next time you may go to this zone and it's instead like a temple, and you still might fight that same boss, or you might fight a different boss. You might fight something else. Like they said, it's very different. Their goal is to encourage replayability and also to share with your friends. So, like, you're talking to your friends like, oh yeah, I killed that horse monster. It's like, what? I didn't get a horse monster there. I got this this demonic goat with machine gun.
That's gonna
arms.
kill somebody on our guides team, I swear.
Oh, it's gonna be crazy for guides.
Well, mine is something I've talked about a lot, and I'm going to continue talking about it a lot. It's sort of a no-brainer, but Star Wars Outlaws, I think. Okay. It's just
that's good.
We'll talk about that more.
That's a safe choice.
But yeah, we got to take a quick break. We're going to see you in a couple minutes, but we're going to take a look at what PS5 has coming up for the rest of the year and beyond. It's the name of the show. See you in a bit.
Live out your power fantasy and break the laws of physics with magic in Immortals of Aveum. Take, for instance, blue magic, which embodies force and the physical manipulation of matter. Fire precise bolts, spontaneously form shields and defensive walls, or manipulate gravity. Blue magic is actually pretty practical in real life since you can grapple, push, or pull objects. Check it out.
Lunch is here.
Great, I'm hungry.
You forgot your coffee.
Just grab that one by hand. In the meantime, let's get back to the show. Can I get another sandwich? Summon your power, stop the Everwar, save the realms. Immortals of Aveum coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Aveum, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fanbases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Why are people so mean to Koroks in Tears of the Kingdom? We may never know, but what I do know is you should follow IGN on all of our social media platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. Follow us. Or don't.
There you are. So following all the new trailers and reveals and everything we've seen, the rest of 2023 is looking very busy, and it wasn't already. So let's just kind of take a look ahead at what's coming out for the rest of the year, some of the big stuff. Really soon, we're getting Final Fantasy 16, which is, you checking? Yeah.
I'm checking the date for it. We got 10 days.
That's wild. We got a big, huge sort of Square presentation yesterday.
Yeah, they did a whole pre-launch celebration. They had a bunch of streamers on showing off the different parts of the game. I think it was all like the demo. They launched a demo at the end of the night. It was like 1 a.m. Pacific Coast time. And then they had like Soken talking about music with Alex McCullough, which was really cool. They did a little piece together. They talked about narrative. They had Maximilian Dude on stage doing a combat section against a boss, which he got rocked. Granted, it was 15 levels higher than him, which was so like the developers I don't think expected him to win. But then they had the combat developer come in and play it, and he just destroyed the boss. It was like perfect pairing. I was like, is this my gameplay? Is this me? Do I need to be a combat designer? But yeah, no, it was a really cool presentation. It was like 5 hours long, so like tons of stuff they talked about. The demo's out. It's got like 2 parts to it, so you play through one part of the demo, and then it unlocks another part of the demo, and you can like, I think if I remember correctly, there's abilities that are like deeper in the game that you get access to in there that you normally wouldn't have at this point.
Yeah.
So you can kind of play around and have a lot of fun. And the progress of from that first part of the demo carries over to launch. So you can get a head start.
That's cool.
10 days early.
I love that.
That's the hair raising on your arms. Is like the progress carries over. Yes, it's not wasted time.
It's so nice. Matt, are you excited for this one?
Yeah, I'm a huge Final Fantasy 14 player. So that's the team that's handling the mainline single player for the first time in however many years, and I'm really excited for 16.
They also revealed that they pulled in, so like we already knew that they brought the combat director from Capcom in. They revealed that also Platinum is worked on it. So like if you're a fan of Bayonetta, like you're gonna probably really like Final Fantasy 16.
None of you went to that thing, right? The
No.
Fan Fest
No.
event. Yeah, I was
moderating our chat for
Right.
Livestream with all our
So I was there
lovely
briefly.
audience.
It went for a very long time. It was a very long live stream. I think it's 11 hours up, the entire thing right now on IGN's YouTube channel.
Yeah, even we had an IGN alum, Alana Pierce was there. She was doing the interview portion for the narrative section of the game. But yeah, I think it was a really good time. I think it was very successful. They announced the merchandise.
Yep.
They opened the merchandise. I pre-ordered a couple Torgles. So I've got a couple plush pets coming home with me in a couple weeks.
Did you get the big dog or the tiny dog?
I got 3 of them.
Okay.
I got one big one, and I got one small one for me as well, and then I got another small one for my niece.
Aw,
Yeah,
that's sweet.
you know.
That sounds like they really had a lot going on, and I think we have a launch day stream plan, which is going to be cool. But
Ooh.
yeah, this there was a story going around I guess it was actually on the stream, but the CEO of Square Enix came out and was like, "I love Final Fantasy." Everyone's like, "Yeah, we get it, sure." And then he tells a story about how his parents got him the first one for picking oranges as a child. Like he got very specific.
Yeah.
And then he was like, "My teachers told me I played too much Final Fantasy," and he was like, "Look where I am now." And it's like, I love a good redemption arc.
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah, he said like you'd get nowhere playing. My teachers told me I'd get nowhere playing games. Look at me now. It's like, yeah, you're making boss moves. So yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Now, speaking of boss moves, another game that is coming down the pipe rapidly is Lies of P, which is out September 19th. This is, of course, every time I say it, I feel slightly crazier. This is the Soulsborne about Pinocchio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
France.
Sure.
France.
French
Pinocchio's
Pinocchio.
Italian.
I don't get it.
That makes sense. It tracks.
Does it?
Do the math.
I don't. Okay.
This game,
Geography.
I feel like this looks noticeably better than the last time they showed it off, and it never looked bad. It just looks like it's gotten a lot more polish.
Yeah, because I think the last time we did a big kind of expose was Gamescom last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had a demo there, and I remember I think Mitchell Saltzman checked it out and was into it. It's so hard to sort of quantify how good a Soulsborne type action game is going to be based on a vertical slice, because like one corner of one of those games that doesn't have enough love and attention can break it, Like if there's just one part where there's just too sharp of a difficulty spike or not enough of one or whatever, it's tricky. These bosses are awful, and I love them. I'm into them. They are gross, and then you can take Le Metro apparently. Yeah, I don't know. What's everyone's read on this?
I mean, I love Souls games, so I'm definitely gonna pick up and play Lies of P. It looks to be really good. Will be interesting to see how they handle story, because Souls games are not generally very heavy on the story outright. Like there's a ton of story buried in lore. You got to read item descriptions and learn the background. Kill one person so that another person talks about their history together and other crazy things. But this one looks like it might have more on surface value. On the surface level?
That's what I was going to ask the panel here. I'm kind of curious. Do we think is it going to follow like in the line of other Souls games and not be super heavy on story, or do we think we're going to get more story in this? Because like honestly, I'm afraid of Souls-like games, but I really want this because I love Pinocchio, and so I want to experience this.
You just want a chance at making a wish to become a real boy.
Hey, come on now, watch it. Come on now.
They've told us that there is going to be a lying mechanic, which is interesting because they haven't shown that anywhere that I'm aware of, and I'm not sure how that works branching dialogue-wise. Yeah, I mean, from what they've seen, it's going to be. From what they've shown, it is clearly more narratively focused.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that in a Soulsborne type game.
Give it a shot, Max. Come on, you might like it.
I do like stories now and then, and Pinocchio was at one point a story. No, it's sort of an interesting. I guess I like how much of a mystery this is going.
Yeah.
It's
you've got to really go for it with the premise, right? Because the ideas are like, oh, what if we made a Soulsborne game with ninjas, or what if we made a Soulsborne game with Vikings, and those games made it like. And then someone just came up and was like, what if we made a Soulsborne game but with Pinocchio? And someone was like, you know what?
That's the one. That's the one we're doing.
I have some questions about this. I still hate the name. I think the name is just a bizarre choice.
Do you think they had a dartboard, and whoever's fictional character they hit, that's what it was going to be, and they would have just kind of based it off of that?
Also at the I was just looking it up at the PC gaming show that there was a Metroidvania game revealed. Ebenezer in the invisible world.
Oh
That's
God.
another one where it's like, and he's harnessing the powers of like, you know, the Ghost of Christmas Past.
Are you kidding me?
No, I am not.
A Scrooge Troidvania?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All
yeah.
right.
Oh my goodness.
So I mean, like people are. I mean, like, hey, just taking these classic stories and making interesting games with them. I mean, like, I'm all for that.
You've heard of Lies of P. Get ready for Wealth of S.
I was gonna. What do you
I
want?
was going to say, it's like, chat, I see you guys talking about, no, we didn't get any DMC3 news, we didn't get any Dead Rising, and we didn't get any Monster Hunter. I am watching chat, so.
Yeah, if you didn't watch the Capcom showcase, that's okay. I think you're fine. Let's talk about Lords of the Fallen, which I've been extremely excited about. This is looking like the next, with all due respect to Pinocchio and all that, this is looking like the next, like, really proper FromSoft, like, Soulsborne with, you know, character creation and everything. This is, everyone, when I bring this up, is sort of like, I don't know, I wasn't wild about the first one. The first one I think was like fine, whatever, but like
It was kind of paint by numbers.
yeah, and it was also a bespoke. It was it was their character. You know, it kind of removed that level of role playing. You didn't get to create your own, you know, person. And this remedies that big time. They showed off the actual mechanics in action, like the way it works, and it's like, I feel like when you make a, you know, a Soulsborne, you gotta have some kind of a gimmick. You gotta have something to set it apart, to make it stand out. And in this case, they decided to have the, you know, the regular world, which I think is called Axiom.
I think that's right.
Axiom, and then it's like
the other one is like Umbral. Is it
Umbral, yeah. So it's, you've basically got the light world and the dark world, and if you die, you wind up in the dark world, which is, you know, akin to some people's belief systems. But basically, it kicks your ass to hell, and there's all sorts of even scarier monsters over there, and you've got to, I don't know, you know, I feel like it's a twist on the whole, like, go back to where your souls are and go get them or whatever.
It's almost kind of like Demon Souls when that first launched, because when you died, you came back in spirit form, and you'd have reduced HP, and the enemies would be tougher because you died in that world, and the more times you died, it would change the world tendency, and that would just continue to amp up, so the more you died in that one, yeah, until you killed a boss.
I feel like that is the same game design philosophy as overdraft fees on a debit card. You know? It's like, you're bad at this, let's make it harder. But no, this is, I'm so stoked with this. But the big thing is you get this lantern that shows you the light world, or shows you the dark world through the light world. And of course, you get to do some fun sort of video gamey stuff where, you know, you shine it and you see like a hidden bridge or like a hidden treasure chest, or like this is it right now. And this is one of the first really impressive looking Unreal 5 games that's coming out. This is slated for, did we get a release date for it? October 13th.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
I know.
Yeah.
That's a Friday.
Yeah, Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Good on them
timing.
for getting a nice, scary release date. That's always good.
There was another game that was like, that got announced for like horror, and they didn't do it. I think it was
Alan
Alan Wake, yeah.
Yeah, Alan Wake
Wake's
on the
17th.
Is it 17?
Weird Alan Wake. Now, another game I was not expecting to get this year, but which we are getting, is Avatar: The Frontiers of Pandora. I was kind of like, is this going to be like Far Cry with Avatar? And it is.
Yeah.
So, all right.
I mean, if you love Far Cry, I mean, you can't go wrong then.
So, my big thing is, I think they have a real big chance here, because we all know what Ubisoft open world games look like. I think they have a really good chance here at kind of resetting what it means to be an Ubisoft open world. I think if they go back to like kind of the drawing board and drawing board, that's what I was looking for, and they change up kind of like the format, and then use this as kind of the test bed to launch it into their Assassin's Creed and Far Cry, and if they continue the Ghost Recon open world style.
That is an optimistic outlook. You think they are going to take a licensed game based on the most popular 2 movies ever made and start trying new things?
I mean, that is the time to do it, honestly, because they're going to get a lot of sales based on name value alone.
No, they're doing the safe thing here.
This
is going to be Far Cry Primal. Like,
okay, all right. Okay,
but
well
with flying dinosaurs.
Okay, I'll give you one other optimistic point that I think is more likely. If they just make it to where co-op progress carries over, then that will be a huge enough win for me. Because nothing angers me more than booting up Far Cry to play with my partner at home and then having to redo it myself because I was playing in his world that night.
Yeah, that's a big one. I know that was a big sort of frustration with Redfall, and I hope they can figure that out. I mean, Ubisoft's pretty good about like cross progression.
Yes, they are.
Do the whole, I played the beginning of Valhalla on like a stream or something, and it was like a preview build or whatever, and I had my Uplay thing logged in, and the game came out, and I was like, ugh, I don't want to play the first 3 hours again just so I can go and actually get to the part where the world opens up. And I popped it open and it was like right where I left off, and I was like, all right then, and I sunk a bunch more hours into it, but you know, not the 170 it takes to finish that game or whatever.
There's a lot of value to respecting our time and our backlogs as gamers by not making us have to replay sections.
Yeah, but Ubisoft is actually kind of bad at that.
They
does not respect my time.
It's because they want to monopolize all your time, and then they want you to buy their Monopoly version and play Monopoly with your friends to take even more time.
Now, funny thing this is doing to shake stuff up is the fact that you are a 10-foot tall cat as opposed to a normal-sized human person. But there are still human people that you are going to be absolutely wrecking.
Yeah.
Which is sort of funny. That feels like almost a mod, you know, like when they're like, we made our character bigger for whatever reason.
Do you think we're gonna get? Do you think we're gonna get like executions, like where you just kind of like step on?
Oh,
people?
takedowns and stuff.
Like takedowns
There's a
and
shot
stuff?
in here at the end that looks like something like that, or it possibly like one of those sort of. It could just be a cinematic thing, but where basically they're fighting the someone in the amp suit, and it does sort of like a bullet time twist around thing, which felt like Breath of the Wild sort of fighting the Guardian
the slow
thing.
down or the flurry
Yeah.
rushes and stuff. Yeah.
And I mean, I think there's the shot of ripping the dude out of the amp suit, and I think that's going to be basically like, you know, when you can like stealth kill dudes with flamethrowers in Far Cry.
Okay, well, yeah, finishers like Batman Arkham and stuff
Which
like that.
they show you in the trailer, but it takes you like 11 hours to get that far. I think it's going to be like that. But I want to ride that guy right there, that little Thanator. I want to ride on him like a little horse, and I don't want him to bite me, but he's definitely going to bite me.
I wish we could toggle from third person to first person on this. I don't know. I was thinking about that after looking at Starfield, the Starfield Direct. I was like, you know, that'd be a pretty cool, you know, option to have.
Yeah.
You know.
I keep waiting for them to do that with Far Cry, but I guess it hasn't. It's, you know, weird because you get third person and co-op.
Yeah.
Anyway, 2023 is looking pretty good. What about 2024 and after that? Well, there's more games coming out, and we're going to talk about them in just a bit. There's more Beyond coming up after this. Beyond.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime, anywhere.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.
You saw the gameplay drop. Some of you said, oh, they showed too much. I assure you, you have seen nothing yet. We've just scratched the surface. It is just the thwip of the Spider-Berg. If I may coin that.
You may. I love talking to Yuri Lowenthal, the voice of Peter Parker Spider-Man in the Spider-Man games. For more content like that, follow IGN on all social platforms. We got video game previews, celebrity moments, and so much more. So follow us.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways. Ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Eternity is a digital collectible competitive card game set in a dark fantasy shared universe known as Aether. What sets it apart from other online TCGs is that users can freely trade and sell their collection as if they were real, tangible cards. Let's take a look.
Feel my anger and nature's fury. I hear your heartbeat. I can feel the anger taking over!
mercy.
Welcome back. This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and we're talking about what lays ahead for PlayStation. This is Podcast Beyond. We talk about PlayStation every week. Some weeks we have more to talk about than others. This week we've got plenty to talk about, and 2023 isn't stacked enough. We are already getting stuff that's coming out in 2024. Let's start with one that we thought we were going to be playing much sooner, which was Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which has been, they put that one back in the oven or freezer, I guess. I don't know. I think they're going to finish it. I feel like that's the cake being baked. Whatever.
They killed the last release date.
There we go. Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. So that's supposedly coming out February 2nd, assuming it doesn't get kicked down the road any further. I feel like we had kind of mixed feelings on this one. Jada, you were...
So I'm one of the few people out there that really do like the kind of looter shooter kind of like upgrade gear type things. Like I put a good amount of time into Avengers. Like yes, it didn't have a lot of long tail form content. I was hoping Suicide Squad was going to kind of learn from that, pick up from that, and evolve and give us in-game content earlier, because I feel like that was where Avengers really like lost their step. Is they started out pretty good, had good marketing around it, and then it was like everybody finished it in the first couple weeks, and they're like, what else is there to do? Mm-hmm. And I was hoping Suicide Squad was going to maybe take a lesson from that, since it's releasing at this point like 2 years later. So I'm still low-key optimistic about it, but I do think it's smart that they went back to the drawing board on certain things and pushed it back, and that they're going to be making some changes.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. I mean, like I feel like when we first saw this, it was at the State of Play, right? One of the State of Plays that we got like an extended.
It was like that longer look. Yeah.
The overall like reception from fans and even us here, it wasn't like super positive. I mean, like seeing some of the gameplay mechanics, like we're watching Harley Quinn swinging around like Spider-Man, like these are things that that we've never seen these characters do in the comics, in any of the movies, any of the animated shows. So it just feels weird and it looks weird.
Well, I think some of them are pulled from comics. Like I believe Captain Boomerang tapping into.
What about Harley Quinn swinging like Spider-Man? I've never seen her do that.
Maybe that's coming. That's on the way. It's a preview for the upcoming comic that they're gonna do, where she she crosses realms.
It's a weird choice. It definitely seems like if it didn't say Suicide Squad on it, this could be anything.
Yeah,
it's true.
Any game.
Yes.
It also seems awfully kind of similar to what we got with Gotham Knights. It's a 4-player co-op thing, and it's like I feel like people kind of just want another Arkham.
Well, to be fair, Gotham Knights was only 2 players, so this is 4, so it's doubling the player count, which is great. Gotham Knights did have a 4-player mode they added post-launch, but this is more full campaign, 4 players. So I don't know. I think it still has a good chance to come out and do really well. I think the action looks fun, at least. I just think that they need to really kind of hammer out why people should care about this.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely want to play it for the story, as someone who, I like the DC universe as a whole, so I kind of want to play it just to see what the story is all about. But, I mean, like, I'm not thrilled by the gameplay mechanics from what they've shown us. Like, I was, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure they didn't show us any sort of, like, teamwork combat, like kind of like Guardians of the Galaxy,
That's that would have been a much better way to showcase the combat in this, and it's taking a page out of the Guardians, which was a phenomenal action RPG game.
100%, yeah.
Anyway, I'm bleh. I don't know.
Let's not give it any more time right now. It's got
that's
months
fine.
to cook.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming out Q1 2024 at some point. Yeah?
2 discs, everybody.
Yeah, 2 discs.
2 discs. Remember those days?
I like how people are mad at things that aren't getting like physical releases, and they're like, well, we will do even more. We'll have double discs.
This is making up for the DLC not having a disc form. There you go.
Yeah, we'll give you more discs than you want.
Maybe they did release.
So I'm confused. What if I only buy my games digitally? What does that mean?
Just means you need a new internal hard drive for your PlayStation.
Okay. Do I get 2 digitals? 2 digital copies?
I don't think. What if it's like 2 icons on your?
That would be 2 icons.
That would be
2
excessive.
icons, yes.
Please start game file 2. So is this going to be open world? Do you think, like fully?
Oh yeah. I think there's gonna be a lot of large open world sections. I think it's gonna function mostly similar to the remake, the original remake, where it is open, like hub kind of like type thing. But I think this is going to be a lot bigger because this is the section of the game where they're exploring outside of Midgard. Like there's so many areas that we get to explore. I'm hoping we get to see Gonzaga. I'm hoping we're gonna see Calm. There's so many cities and places, and just, are we gonna get to go into, Vincent's little cave and wake Vincent up? I hope so. I really hope we get to do that.
I remember the sort of big thing with the first one was being curious when exactly it's gonna cut off, and there I'm glad we know that this is going to be a trilogy. I think that's a nice kind of reassurance, because if they were like, here's the second one, we'd be like, when's this one going to end? And that's still a valid question. It's also going to be interesting how it deviates from the original. They've obviously shaken some things up a little bit. I don't know. We're going to go to Golden Saucer, go snowboarding. I want to mess around, do some funny mini games and stuff.
I want to breed some chocobos. Do some chocobo racing. Yeah, give me the mini games. I'm excited about this. I don't think it's quite as much as I had going into the initial remake, because it's now I know what it's like, Right.
Yeah.
And it's fun. I liked it a lot, but it's also like, I don't know. There's this sort of there was a first impression side of things that was really kind of blew me away.
Like a curiosity factor that's not
exactly. Like the first thing I said when they announced this game was, how are we going to fight that house? Right. And then when I like accepted that, I'm like, I don't think they're going to have hell houses in this, and then you get to the boss fight, and I don't think I've gotten that excited playing a game since I was much younger. I like just jumped up and screamed, and the dog started barking at me. It was a very good time. But yeah, I mean, there's even weirder stuff in this chunk of the game.
There is. So. Is there one you've got an enemy you're hoping for in this one that would make you excited equally?
Off the top of my head, no.
I'm hoping at the very end we get teases to Ruby and Emerald. I'm really hoping that we get teases for those. Like maybe it's a part like you can do a part of the fight and then it runs away, and then you have to go back in disc 3 to actually fight it fully. I'm hoping we get something like that.
Now, how many sort of side stories do you think we're going to get? Because we got the sort of Yuffie, what was that called? Crisis? No, not Crisis Core.
Intergrade,
yeah, and then we got Crisis Core as well, which is sort of also another
feeds into the lore and
it's funny because people are like, oh, if I get this store, I'm gonna have to buy 3 games, and it's like, you might have to buy like
7
multiple games.
You gotta buy 7 games. It's Final Fantasy 7 games.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a beloved corner of that universe. It's weird because I guess it's sort of a franchise of its own at this point. Yeah, I'm stoked about that. Now, we touched on this briefly. Star Wars Outlaws. Another game that might have Wedge and Biggs in it.
It very well might.
Yeah, this. Oh my God! This is I think a game I've kind of always wanted.
Yeah. Okay.
I know people like,
as a Star Wars fan, the game you've always wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I love big open world Ubisoft games, and it's funny that the most exciting stuff to come out of a Ubisoft conference was
Star Wars and Avatar.
Playing with someone else's toys a little bit, and it's. I don't know. Adoring the subject matter will go a long way in terms of making people like a game if they like that subject matter to begin with.
Yeah.
But like this, I don't know. It's a sort of a proven. It's a proven platform. Like the Ubisoft open world game, like this. This doesn't feel like a Beyond Good and Evil 2 situation to me. This feels like a quantifiable real thing. Honestly, it just kind of looks like Watch Dogs, but like Watch Dogs 2, not Legion. Like they're keeping it simple. It's kind of like just a fun little scrappy adventure game that also happens to let you explore a galaxy. I don't know. I'm sort of, to be pessimistic, I'm thinking this might be a 2025 game. It wouldn't be the first time that Ubisoft is like, this is coming out later, and then later they go, it's actually later than that.
You're thinking 2025? I was thinking like maybe late 2024, but I mean, again, that's me being optimistic.
I could see it being a holiday 2024. Yeah. Star Wars does really well around like Christmas time and stuff. It makes sense.
I think they really need this. I think. I think they really need this, and I think they will try to move, all the planets in order to make this align. For 2024.
That was very good. I was like, you're gonna move mountains? No, you're gonna move planets, make the planets align. Yeah, that was very good.
That's what I know about Star Wars.
Space.
Maybe Disney's like, we need a game a year, Star Wars related. Yeah. So
I hope that's not the case. I don't.
I
mean, I think the appropriate thing here should, like, we're in that age where like licensed games are kind of good again. Yeah. We've gotten some really cool ones.
My biggest hope for this one is they nail it. And then somebody in our chat earlier said they should make a Star Wars assassin game where you play as a Sith and you hunt down other Jedi.
cool.
And that is such a smart idea. I think that would print money. It's like you can take your Assassin's Creed DNA, blend it with your Star Wars Outlaw DNA for however you guys are doing the worlds and setup and everything.
Now that's interesting because I feel like it would veer in towards sort of M-rated territory. The interesting thing is both Avatar and Star Wars are T-rated, which means that they, can hit a much wider audience. But one thing that we know is not T-rated, I think, is Marvel's Wolverine, which I hope that comes out next year. I think it's probably still a ways off because we've got Spider-Man in front of us and Insomniac's keeping pretty busy with that. But
I mean, my guess is we're gonna get gameplay footage next year for a possible 2025 release, possibly.
That's my guess.
Yeah, maybe early.
I think we'll get a summer. I'm looking summer 2025 for Wolverine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jeff Keighley's gonna get the exclusive.
It'll probably show up at Game Awards next year.
Yeah. I mean, maybe this fall.
I don't know.
Or this fall.
I don't know if we'll get it. I don't know if we'll get it at Game Awards. We might get like an extended CG, but I don't think we're gonna get gameplay this Game Awards. I think gameplay is next Game Awards.
I am so excited about this. I love Wolverine.
Yeah.
Wolverine is the
great.
best.
I like Wolverine more than Spider-Man.
Okay, that's a little blasphemous.
You're not serious, are you?
No, I'm with you.
What? You're with?
I'm with him.
You're wearing red.
Wolverine.
I guess
very
I'm wearing
cool.
Okay, he's very cool, but what are you backing that up with? You can't
has
just say
knives.
he's cool. Spider-Man is cool too. He's also a nerd.
So that
Nerds
said,
are cool.
Spider-Man is a little bit more of a kind of proven game mechanic, I feel like. I mean, making a game where you have sharp things on your hands and you jump around stabbing people, that's been done. That's a proven concept. The healing factor is where it gets tricky, and that's where you kind of veer into the same territory as like Superman games, where it's like, how do you make him how do you balance it?
They did it really well in what was it?
Origins?
Wolverine Origins.
Yeah.
They did a really good job with it, and you could actually see like the tissue reforming as you healed.
Yeah.
They did a really good job with it. I'm totally fine if Insomniac just kind of borrows that and makes it better. Like I'm good with
I mean, I have faith they'll figure it out. I hope you get to climb walls with your claws, That's
I
gonna
mean,
be great.
we are par for the course as a PlayStation game where we're used to like kind of climbing around ledges. So it could fit.
It's got to be a third-person game where you climb stuff, and maybe there.
If Brian was here, I would say you got to squeeze through a couple cracks.
You have daddy issues,
Okay, so you're all talking about like gameplay mechanics. Okay, I mean, like the thing with me, like I think if we're just talking about the character alone, Wolverine's cool, but he's not cooler than Spider-Man. I mean, there's a reason why we have more Spider-Man video games.
He rides a motorcycle.
Spider-Man delivers pizzas.
That's a scooter. Spider-Man does actually have a motorcycle, I guess, but it's kind of I don't know.
He has a spider cycle.
Wolverine is like, by the sheer definition of what cool is, he's cooler than Spider-Man. Spider-Man is
shorter than.
Spider-Man is amazing.
Spider-Man.
He's spectacular.
Yeah.
He's ultimate.
And what's Wolverine? What's in front of his
has a
name?
hat. He has a cool cowboy hat.
What are they? I guess it's just.
So something that he could buy at the Gap.
He doesn't need to have anything.
So Wolverine.
He's cool.
The insufferable Wolverine. I love it. We have lots more to talk about, but we're going to be doing that probably next week. We got some more summer gaming stuff coming up tomorrow. Thank you, Jada, Akeem, Matt. Love hanging out with you guys, talking about this stuff. Everyone in the control room, thank you for making this happen. It's wonderful doing this. We are going to call it a day. But
Happy Pride Month, everybody.
Yeah. Summer of Gaming continues tomorrow. We've got an Xbox Extended Showcase with a special Game Scoop next-gen console watch and some more reveals and gameplay to show off. We'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. We love you.
And all summer long.
All summer long. Beyond.
Beyond.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.